Hey, everybody. I'm gonna fucking cut a rug. You know what I'm saying? Talk about some fucking chemistry, goddammit. Alien life, Fermi paradox. What else we got? We got a lot of good shit we're gonna be talking about. Hopefully, Dr. Cronin shows up here soon. We're gonna be talking about digital chemistry. We're gonna be talking about assembly theory, self-assembly, nanoscience, systems chemistry, inorganic biology. A lot of cool shit that we're going to cover with our friend here. Hopefully he doesn't have trouble signing in. Hello to everyone who's joining the room. How are you? Everyone excited for Dr. Lee Cronin? I am. Again, to everybody just joining, we're going to be covering a lot of chemistry. We're going to be covering a lot about life. I'm sure abiogenesis and all kinds of topics might come up. I don't know how long we have Dr. Cronin for, but I shall ask him when he gets in here. Why are you such a cynic, Travis? Answer me that. Because my butt. Yeah, that's true. Does anybody have any good questions? Put them in the text real quick for me if they've got any questions I want to ask them. Remember, let's try to stay on chemistry and life and biology and stuff like that. Let's try to stay on topic. No smuggling in politics today, goddammit. Or religion. Keep that shit at the door. We'll do that another night. Politics and religion. Chemistry and science. Double thumbs up. Travis, did Brady come to the room last time? You want me to keep an eye out for that? Hello, welcome everybody for just joining. If you're coming straight in, we're waiting on Dr. Lee Cronin to show up so we can start the fun. Thank you everybody for coming to hang out with me. I love it, and I love you. Anybody who has just joined, if you have any questions that you want me to ask Dr. Lee, please post them in the chat, and I will scroll back through and get to them. Like I said, anything with biology, life, aliens, any of that kind of stuff, Dr. Lee's in that shit. He knows a lot about it. The building blocks of life, he knows a lot about that kind of shit. And of course, chemistry is not my thing. I'm a psychology nerd, so I'm out of my element here, but I love it because it allows me to learn something that is out of my element. And most of the time I do lots of study and research for the person that I want to talk to. But this time I'll tell him when he gets on here, I'm just freewheeling it, seeing what I can learn just from a casual dialectic. Oh, sweet. We got 14 people in here. Awesome. Awesome. I don't have any pre-material to cover to keep everybody entertained. Anybody want to come up and talk to me? Scott, you here? Scottimus Prime? You son of a bitch. There you go. Aaron's going to talk to me. What's up, Aaron? Aaron! Hello? Anybody here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, cool.
So I was just having a conversation about this yesterday in the Discord.
Okay.
Uh, to
Real quick,
me,
Aaron. Real quick, Aaron. As soon as the Dr. Lee shows up, if I cut you off in the middle of his,
that's
I'm
fine. I
sorry. I
get it.
just have.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
I get
Okay.
it. But if I had to pose a question to someone who deals with life and biology, I think that question would be, what really is the likelihood that there is life that isn't carbon based? I think that question would be, what really is the likelihood that there is life that isn't carbon based?
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of what we're trying to do as a species right now is we're basically trying to look for other carbon based life forms. And I am genuinely curious
What
to
about
know
silicate life, Aaron? You know
exactly,
what I'm talking about? Yeah.
exactly. That's what I
Yeah, yeah,
want to
yeah.
know, because maybe life takes on more forms than what we're used to.
Oh, yeah.
Or
Like we could be looking at a planet right now, like an exoplanet or something, and it could have life on it, but we don't know how to detect that kind of life. You know what I mean?
and we don't know what it would look like.
Exactly.
So that would be my question.
Oh, we
What
got
is
we
what's
got we got
special?
Dr. Lee, Aaron.
Okay,
I will ask him. Pop back down,
all right.
and let's get Dr. Lee in here. Dr. Lee, I invite. There you go. Excellent. Dr. Lee, I invite. There you go. Excellent. And then there's a little video button and a mute button on the bottom center of the page down there. And then there's a little video button and a mute button on the bottom center of the page down there.
Okay, you can hear me. I can see you.
Yes, I can. What's up, man?
Yeah, all right. I just had to follow the instructions. Sometimes that's hard.
This is a brand new uh, system, this call in. So it's kind of buggy. It's in beta. Just be patient with us. System, this call in. So it's kind of buggy. It's in beta. Just be patient with us because
Oh, it worked
it
so
has given
far.
us.
I mean, there were some instructions. I followed them. It worked. That's good.
Nice. My name's Thomas. Would you like me to call you Lee or Dr. Cronin or what works
Lee's
for you?
fine.
Lee? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Thomas Lee. I'm so happy to have you here, man. When Felicia told us that you were coming, I was like, oh, this is going to be a great one. So my area of expertise is in psychology and philosophy, so a lot of this stuff is new to me, and learning. When I interviewed Donald Hoffman and a couple of other people like Dr. Christopher Mason. I don't know if you know who that is, but he's a
Hmm.
genomics expert. He worked with the ISS. I did a lot of study before I talked to them. With you, I just kind of wanted to just kind of have a dialectic. You know what I mean? Just
Hmm.
not pre-study you or anything, and just kind of learn what you're about. Pre-study you or anything, and just kind of learn what you're about.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. So I do know that you're interested in life. Obviously, I saw that. I watched your TED talk. But what is it that you're truly interested in? What do you really what do you love?
What do I love? Existence. I want to know why I exist. And beyond the birds and the bees, understanding what is the physical properties of the universe that allows life to exist, and what of those properties of and what of those properties have we not currently captured in our current understanding of science, and how can we exploit that technologically to affect the rest of the universe with more life? So yeah, just the small things.
Yes. Um, you know, all these fields that I looked at being a part of, um, like I know nothing of nanoscience, or I also wanted to ask you about assembly theory, and we'll get into that in a little bit, I'm sure.
Mhm.
But like systems chemistry, these things I don't know too much about. And what do you mainly deal with? What is your main area of operation at the university you work at?
Yeah, so I'm a university professor and also CEO of a company. So that's
Oh,
kind of
nice.
interesting doing that at the same time. But I'm
Hmm.
a chemist by training, so my degree and my PhD are in chemistry. But as long as I can remember, I've always been doing that at the interfaces of mathematics and computer science, robotics and engineering. But as long as I can remember, I've always been doing that at the interfaces of mathematics and computer science, robotics and engineering, and some biology, and quite a lot of biology, but not as some people see it. And in the last few years, I've been combining robotics and chemistry and artificial intelligence and big data, if you like, to try and understand how we can build um, robotic systems to do chemistry, to make new drugs, discover new drugs, robotic systems to do chemistry, to make new drugs, discover new drugs, manufacture stuff, and also make like a massive experiment, almost like the Large Hadron Collider for
Oh,
the origin of life, and to try and understand how life emerged on Earth. And I don't think it's actually that hard. I'm a chemist. That's the main thing.
yeah.
I do robotics, simple robotics, I would say, and fairly reasonable software engineering and electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to get the chemistry to the right place. It really needed a chemist to design all that because lots of roboticists are always scared in the lab of chemistry, right? You could do something, could be unsafe, could catch fire, could explode. Where I'm working at mostly, but
Okay.
I go wherever the problem is.
And Pang burn I all that is extremely cool as hell. We'll get more into it, but Pang burn literally asked what I was going to get into because you talked about life as your existence. Abiogenesis. What do you think?
So, I mean, the problem of abiogenesis right now is we just think about it as a singular event that happened on Earth. But one of the things I'd like to kind of draw attention to, I mean, this is probably not easy to see, but when you look up in the sky or every day or two at Earth, but one of the things I'd like to kind of draw attention to, I mean, this is probably not easy to see, but when you look up in the sky or every day or two, a star is born in the universe and then the star dies, right? So it's a
Right.
real time phenomenon. And
Yeah.
so I think it's also reasonable to speculate that every day or so a new origin of life event occurs in the universe and a star is born in the universe and then the star dies, right? So it's a
Right.
real time phenomenon. And
Yeah.
so I think it's also reasonable to speculate that every day or so a new origin of life event occurs in the universe and maybe another planet used to have life on it has come to an end or something. So you think
Does
of it.
does it necessarily have to be in the Goldilocks zone?
No, I mean the Goldilocks zone is very, 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 very locked to us, right? So I think the
Yeah.
Goldilocks zone is generally a nonsense, but for other aliens, but for us, it's super important. If we want
Right.
to be able to go and survive somewhere, then a good level of oxygen, nothing toxic. So a Goldilocks zone for life, as we know it, is absolutely vital. A Goldilocks zone for alien life is unknowable until
Yeah.
we know alien life.
Yeah. I mean, we could have silicate life out there, like we were talking about earlier with Aaron. Um, what other forms of life? Well, I don't want to get too far. We'll talk about it in a second. So abiogenesis. What do you think? And I'm not an expert. But what do you think is actually going on there? What do you think these self-replicating molecules, like you have, think is actually going on there? What do you think these self-replicating molecules, like you have a good idea, a much better grasp of it than anybody here, of course. But
So look, we don't know. We don't know an awful large number of things, which is super interesting, right? That means we have a job. I have a job, and for a few years. So I think there's
A good idea, a much better grasp of it than anybody here, of course. But
um. So look, we don't know. We don't know an awful large number of things, which is super interesting, right? That means we have a job. I have a job, and for a few years. So I think there's we don't know the physical process that gives we don't know the physical process that gives rise to life. So let me put that in context. If you think about the sun, what happened at the origin of the sun? Well, a load of hydrogen got together, and at some point that hydrogen went under ignition and generated a stable fusion process. And I guess at the birth of the sun, some things happened to create that process. But what was the driving force that made the sun? Gravity. So
yes,
gravity. So as mass accreted and went closer, got in, you had this increasing rapid increase until the gravitational force at the center of the sun was able to overcome the strong nuclear force.
right, yeah. Inside pushing out, outside pushing in. Yeah,
Exactly, and then you get detonation. So I think what we have to do is to say, well, what is the force, if you like, that gives rise to life in general, and how does that operate in a chemical world, rather than thinking about molecules, self-replication, genes, proteins, all that stuff. It's really very, very simple question, which is simple as the driving force. Now we know once life was established, there was this thing called Darwinian evolution.
yeah,
What was the force, or if you like, or the process, genes, proteins, all that stuff? It's really very, very simple question, which is simple as the driving force. Now we know once life was established, there was this thing called Darwinian evolution.
yeah,
What was the force, or if you like, or the process, the mechanism which brought inanimate matter to life, literally brings it to life? And that, I think, is the question. And so I'm very careful to try and reframe that question in a more general sense. The mechanism which brought inanimate matter to life, literally brings it to life. And that, I think, is the question. And so I'm very careful to try and reframe that question in a more general sense. And one of the things a lot of
Goldilocks zone stuff. So I love the Fermi paradox, obviously, and I'm sure I know you have probably delved way deep into it. Um, so this silicate life or this other type of life, if we're looking at the Drake equation, what do you think about how many in our galaxy? What could you think about that?
The Drake equation. I mean, the Drake equation really is a kind of cultural equation bitten by Drake, right? To say the fraction of, let's take all the stars in the universe, and what fraction of the stars are capable of having life, and which ones actually say to say the fraction of, let's take all the stars in the universe, and what fraction of the stars are capable of having life, and which ones actually have life, which ones have currently got technology on, and what fraction, and what is the timescale for all of these. And
Yeah,
so, because we don't know any of those numbers, except we probably know the number have life, which ones have currently got um, you know uh, te- technology on, and what fraction, and what is the timescale for all of these. And
yeah,
so, because we don't know any of those numbers, except we probably know the number of viable planets out there might be almost as equal, or if not slightly higher than the number of stars, which is
yeah.
kind of astounding. But the Fermi paradox of viable planets out there might be almost as alien life could be. There might be a great,
Oh, okay.
yeah, yeah. So we have to. I mean, it's really very, it's very tricky. I mean, if you think, imagine, I don't know if anyone you have cats, right? I have
Oh,
cats.
I have two cats.
All right. So look. So you got your cat. Your cat doesn't actually really recognize your face. They recognize your smell, recognize you. They don't recognize the name, but the cat recognizes fast little movements. because it was evolved to get rodents, right? So the cat is perfectly programmed to get a rodent. But if you had a big elephant wandering around in your yard, the cat would never see the elephant. They'd just be like, wouldn't see it, because they have evolution. Although they've got eyesight, and they don't have enough cognitive capacity to ask questions. They are merely trained to their eyesight and what cognitive capacity they have is really aiming at getting these rodents, and that's it. And I wonder if the fact that because we've evolved on Earth and we've got, we see in the visible, we hear sound waves in one atmosphere and a certain frequency range, we're able to detect heat in a certain range and feel vibrations and all that stuff. And although we can use scientific instruments to help us work out when things are changing, but because of the way our priors are, that I think the Fermi paradox is actually, we haven't yet worked out what life is, we haven't worked out what intelligence is, and we haven't worked out what a universal communication system would look like. Now, Carl Sagan and a few philosophers had a really good go. Say if we find prime numbers being beamed at us at high energy, then prime numbers, are probably not easy to produce naturally, although I might have something to say about that in 6 months. I can't reveal much right now, but I'm playing around with an idea. So I think the Fermi paradox is really, and perhaps I'm being slightly unfair to Fermi himself in that to say it's a failure of imagination, because obviously it was a different time then, but I think the science fiction writers of the time, we should be the people who thought about it, like, Stanislav Lem, Isaac Asimov, people like that. So, that I think so I think the Fermi paradox is not a paradox. What's a paradox is that aliens are going to be so different to, alien biology is going to be so different to Earth biology. It is unlikely that we are going to be recognizing very easily. And we do have the speed of light to contend with.
Yeah. I mean, we anthropomorphize life. I see most of us tending to anthropomorphize life outside of Earth.
Exactly. Well, and you can't blame us. We don't know anything else, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not as if we grow up in an alien academy. We grow up on this planet, in this gravity well. I have total sympathy for it, but I think that there is a chance there is no life in the universe, and we're it, which I think is fascinating. But I also think there's probably a larger chance there's a shit ton of life in the universe.
Yeah. Yes.
And a lot of it is probably boring, but we just don't know. We just don't know. It's one of those.
Could there be other humans out there, since we had a star explode and all that happened? Could there be other humans out there?
Well, I think there won't be other humans as in identical to us, because I think it's we've almost proven in my laboratory and with my collaborators that the features that you have associated with life on Earth are absolutely unique to Earth and unique to the history of Earth. The size of the Earth, the precise size, the amount of water, the amount when the dinosaurs got killed and all that. But if you imagine you look for our Goldilocks zones, rather stars, and look for planets with similar composition, and look for planets that have a simpler gravitational force and atmosphere and temperature, if the process of evolution was to run again on those planets, I would expect to see very similar types of life forms. Probably the chemistry would be different, but it wouldn't be outrageously different, right?
Well, the periodic table of elements would be the same for that planet, right? We assume.
Yeah. So sure. So the periodic table is it's reasonable at this point to suggest that the periodic table is a universal table of elements. We understand in physics. It might be that on some planets the precise percentages, the abundances of the elements will be slightly different, and that might affect how life has formed. But in general, the way to do it would be to look for similar worlds to us, similar distance from the star, similar property, similar amount of water and ability to hold on to an atmosphere, and then I think life on those planets would be remarkably similar and remarkably different. Yeah. Remarkably similar in that there's only one or two ways to solve the problem of moving around on a rocky planet, but remarkably different in that the chemistry will be different. There might be different universal solutions to
Yeah.
universal, as in on the planet, not universal.
Yeah.
So whatever technology got going first on the other planet might dominate it. So right now on Earth, the technology or the evolved machinery that we have in biology is highly conserved. So there's this engine called the ribosome, which converts DNA. Well, so DNA gets converted to RNA, and then RNA and amino acids come together to make proteins and help the cell work. That machine is in every single cell on planet Earth without exception.
Yeah.
So that machine is the big filter for our biology, and what it will be on other planets, we don't know.
Yeah. And that's what I was thinking, like with, oh, and by the way, everybody, we'll be taking callers here in just a little bit. So you do, though, think that there will be other, and I understand you completely. There are other conscious agents out there. Would you say that might be the case, or is the case?
I don't know if there's actual conscious agents out there, because I don't know if consciousness is particularly a special property.
Okay. So maybe just intelligence then, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think intelligence probably intelligence requires consciousness in some degree, because consciousness allows you to basically build abstractions. But
well,
I mean,
the way I look at it is like consciousness is the overarching like category, and then intelligence is a epiphenomenon of consciousness. Something like that.
Yeah, but I would probably put it the other way around, because crows display much more intelligence than they do consciousness.
Oh yeah, I could agree with that.
I don't know. I mean, of course, all the panpsychists and Donald Hoffman and all these guys kind of like to try us how consciousness is the universe.
I talked to Donald Hoffman for 2.5 hours, and it was interesting. I mean, I love his ideas, but he is fringe,
No, I know, but I think he's not fringe. I think he's not just fringe. I think he is pulling strings in the metaphysical strings to gather following, and when pushed, he doesn't really back it up. He just talks nonsense, and I don't like that.
Some of the stuff that he told me, I was like, I understand that you're an empirical person and you want to bring these things like this consciousness monism back into the empirical and try, but a lot of it I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm open, but he's one of the most interesting people I've ever talked to.
He's certainly
he is.
But I'd like to hold him down a bit and say, like, I think that if you're going to have these ideas, you need to be willing to explain them and falsify them, okay? And then evoking kind of nonsensical, mystical, stuff that
panpsychism,
escapes proper study, really doesn't feel to me to be, it's very, it evokes a certain superiority, it evokes a certain kind of arrogance, and also it evokes a kind of narcissism. These are not traits that you want if you're looking at the universe, as I kind of tried to say to Eric Weinstein once, but that didn't go that well.
No, I agree with that. I think your way is the right way to look at it. No, I mean, Donald Hoffman, he has. I know exactly what you mean. It
needs to be done in an experiment, right? There needs to be some kind of falsification.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is that he told me that he has done these experiments, and that Yale is responding to him. And I asked him if he would send me that response when they send
it to him. What does that actually mean?
I don't. He didn't get too deeply into it. Is that he did some experiment that showed that certain, I'm not an expert in this, but certain self-replicating molecules or whatever, I can't remember what he said, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He said that that life is not programmed to show us what is true, but to show us what is the best pragmatic user interfaces. And that's why he says these user interfaces and data structures might be some form of consciousness is the fundamental.
Yeah, but it's nonsense. When a data structure is formed in an abstraction. When people start saying that a data structure is the fundamental fabric of the universe, they're Looney Tunes. Same with Stephen Wolfram, right? A universe is not mathematics. mathematics is a method we have developed to describe physical
Yes.
reality. And so when
Yes.
you mix those realities up and you go woo woo, then you're like, well, okay, fine. You can just make
I'm
anything
with
up.
you. I'm going to stay on the empirical, and I'm going to say on what we can observe and hypothesize
We
and
can go,
test and falsify.
we
You
could
know.
go metaphysical as well, but metaphysical with a relationship to the empirical. It's what I'm saying, which I think is I'm trying to be very precise on, is that there are a category of thinkers out there that aren't thinkers. They are preachers in the same way you could go to an evangelical church or something. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? If someone says, okay, I'm a religious person, I believe in this religion, I have this belief system, and that's great. You know, we all have belief systems, right? Some have less belief systems than others. But when people try to pitch and sell their belief system as an empirical system, and then when you challenge it, just make up nonsense about you not being able to understand the data structure of the user interface, I just have one big bullshit detector that goes off in my head. And goes, you know, it's
The
bullshit.
woo woo is too much.
It's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. And you know,
Yeah.
and like I am about, I'm probably uh, the biggest empirical fantasist there can be without being woo woo, right? Because
Right. Yeah.
if you try and go too far off the fan, and maybe Elon Musk is as well, right? I mean, he's
Right.
building the you know the big FR, right? And the BFR is just like an epic, borderline technologically possible marvel, which might lift off in the next 2 months. And so you have to have some kind of fantastical vision, but then reality has to bring you back to that. So user interface,
Yes.
data structures, nonsense. The only user interface we have is the ones that we put on right on on computers or now in our
Yes.
technology. The only data structures we have are the ones we build ourselves. The universe doesn't have a data structure, and when people talk with authority and use those words, it is patronizing to others and actually not very helpful.
He is extremely sure of himself about his ideas, and I understand what you mean
I
entirely
have no
by that.
clue what I'm doing, and I love it.
Yeah. I mean, I know that I don't know, but uh, so Wolfram, you don't think that everything can be like computational, that this infinite Turing machine that he talks about?
No, no. Wolfram is extremely frustrating, and he's incredibly smart and almost
He is.
incredibly close on some things. But
He is.
his ego and his prevents him from adequately cooperating with others and really, in the scientific community. But I kind of like interacting with him. I've only spoken to him on a handful of occasions. It's
Yeah.
quite difficult to get through to him because it's all about him. And so and I guess it's all about everybody. It's all about them. But I think it would be good to have an exchange. So what Wolfram kind of says is the universe is a cellular, something like a graph that gets updated and that produces reality.
Cellular automata and all that. Yeah.
But it's the problem is the cellular automata the only cellular automatas we know have to exist in a silicon substrate. There is no machinery that updates the universe. So again, I'm happy if Wolfram said, "Hey, I've got this description of the universe," but the description he has of the universe, of course, is interesting because I'm going to use an annoying word. It's isomorphic with the
Yes.
other descriptions of the universe, which means that's a fancy way of saying it's mathematically identical to the
Yeah.
others. But it's really kind of like not practical. So it's like, oh, we just derived general relativity from our description of the universe, but we needed like a gigaton of calculations to prove it for real. Like, yeah, that just means your descriptions are really bad, right? It's really slow.
I
You
see
know,
what you mean. He's I would like to get to talk to him, but I see what you mean that he's kind of stuck in his own world because every interview or talk I've ever seen with him is, he's like, well, we don't throw out quantum mechanics, but this and but that, but it's all about his um, always going back to this computational universe ideology. You know what I mean? It's about that no matter what kind of thing when you listen to
so
him.
you're right. It's an ideology. So look, I mean, don't get me wrong. I have an ego as well, right? I mean,
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah.
but what I think is super useful in the situations, and I hope to get somewhere deeper by doing the following. coming up with an outrageous idea and obviously pushing it, making it all about Cronin, the Croninites, Cronin mathematics, whatever. Talking to my peers say, that's wrong, that is not consistent, da, 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 da. And at the end of the day, you've done this thing. Why should I engage with it? What does it do? And I think if we can generate new understandings that allows you to design new experiments, that allow you to uncover, that then make new predictions you couldn't make before. If I create a toolkit that's useful, and so maybe a toolkit for you when you're interviewing others, talking to others, is to say, okay, to Donald Hoffman, tell me what is the toolkit you've developed and how might I use it and how might it tell me.
He didn't tell me that.
Yeah, of course. And same for Stephen, same for anyone. Say, what is the toolkit? And I think, most toolkits aren't finished, right? So the toolkit for measuring life is assembly theory, but at least I could tell you what to do tomorrow with assembly theory, and it would give you some new results, and allow you to make a slightly different kind of
Better data.
So that's kind of important. But having said that, if I haven't talked to Donald actually, and I'm not sure if I would like to talk to him or not, because I might find it frustrating because he might just not answer the question. But if he wants to have a conversation in good faith, then I think it could be really interesting and productive.
I would love to host that. You're always welcome to come back. I really enjoy talking to you. You and him are always welcome to come at the same time and have a discussion with me and Travis. We would love that. Travis actually in the chat said, we will set these up if you want to. So just let us know.
Let's see. Let's do this one first.
No, I'm enjoying the hell out of myself because this is what I love to talk about. And I don't mind talking about other scientific views like Hoffman and all this kind of stuff. And I know what you mean. Like, it can almost seem like Deepak Chopra. You know what I mean? In some ways.
Yeah. I mean, it's Deepak. I mean, I just don't, everyone, when people are trying to sell stuff, and, to some degree, we're all selling stuff, right? Even I'm like, I'll tell you about my computer and all that stuff and why it's wonderful. And we'll all try to sell stuff. But I think at the end of the day, it's this kind of, obviously it's not just in the American psyche, but obviously in the UK and other people there are cultural elements you can pull on, and then you can exploit people. So if you kind of manipulate people, you can enchant. So if you go to see an illusionist, you're paying to see an illusionist or a magician. You're about to be manipulated, right? Because they're gonna confuse you, or make you focus on one aspect and then do this trick where you'll go, wow, that's interesting. Whereas if you go to someone who says in good faith, I'm going to do X, and actually I'm doing Y, or I'm doing this in bad faith, just try and extract money or make you feel, vulnerable, mystical, whatnot. It's hard. I guess it's freedom for that. I mean, you have that in the US more than anywhere else. Freedom for delusion.
You're right about that. Oh my God, that's a good quote right there.
I'm not sure it's a good thing, but But the thing is, the reason why I do things like this, I'm very happy to have these conversations. It's super important to treat people with respect and give them, afford them the intelligence that they deserve, right? So, and if people, and I'm an absolute believer of that more people in the world could think critically, then we would have, and we will. It's increasing. The number of people thinking critically is going up. It's not going down.
I agree.
And there are polarizations we have to overcome. Like in the US political system, you have quite dramatic polarizations, right?
Yes.
Where the Republicans came out and said, I don't know, let's say they hate. Let's do 2 = 1 to be equal. So let's say the Republicans say they hate tracing paper, and the Democrats love colored paper, right? You can imagine and let's just say there's some Republicans that use colored paper for a living, right? They would immediately give up colored paper, even though it made no sense because of their political ideology. And the Democrats using tracing paper would give it up because of their ideology without any critical thinking. And got these two guys like tracing paper and colored paper. Yes, look at these guys. How dare you? So it's kind of like, and you saw this during the COVID-19 pandemic, where where it kind of falsely I would say the left wing were shown as being sensible, wearing face masks, and the right wing was seen to be kind of right wing, kind of
Yeah.
totalitarian. I'm not wearing a face mask, F you type thing, which is
Yes.
actually not true, right? It's just like, I don't want to be told what to do, right? I wore face masks, but when people told me what to do in this kind of very vigorous way, it made me not feel in control, and I've already been told to stay aside. But someone said, "Oh, please consider doing this and doing that. It'll be good." Much more compliance, much more doing it, and so I think there was always this grey area, right? So we have to overcome that in critical thinking. Whether we're
I
panpsychism.
think that's the key. The critical thinking and the gaining of wisdom and knowledge. I think that's the key.
Yeah, yeah. And I think it's fun to have arguments, right?
Yeah.
If we look at it, when I was looking what was going on in the pandemic, I was actually pretty. I know everyone's like, all the epidemiologists must have been like, yeah, this is it. We can. If you're a woke epidemiologist, you're in it for years, right? Because you can say,
Lots of money was thrown at epidemiologists and virologists and all these people
yeah,
during
yeah,
the
yeah.
time.
And I would say, look, I'm actually pretty. I mean, maybe people will tell me I'll say I was pretty. I'm inspired by the way the planet responded. We did respond quite well. We did lock down. We did try and accept kind of different ways of doing it. And I think actually the one that looked kind of oddest to me was the way that China kind of all started in China, but China locked up, kept locked up for longer, didn't take the best technology, waited until the Congress was done, and then basically went, oh, fuck it. You can all get COVID now. And like 1.4 billion people had COVID last month.
Yeah.
I mean, 1.4 billion people. And there will be a series of 3 or 4 waves. Now, arguably, China did a good thing in waiting for a bit because people's immunity, getting vaccines out there, but did they take it? And it was kind of the way that the West were like, China was, lots of people in China were like looking at the West saying, you guys are terrible, look at what we're doing. And then they've been locked down for such a long time. And there's this polarization again. Total lockdown, no lockdown. No. We just have to find a way that works. Anyway, I don't know how we got from origin of life to lockdown.
No, you're fine. This is what this is about. This is an informal tangent session, and I'm fucking loving it. We're gonna take some call. Let me look down real quick. I don't think we have any callers just yet, but let's talk about, since I'm selfish and I want to know, let's talk about assembly theory. Can you teach a simpleton?
Yeah, so assembly theory is super easy. It helps us work out whether something has been made with information that was created by some. So let's use information, whatever that is. So we'll come to the definition of that. And the way that works is like it's very agnostic, which means it's very broadly applied. So assembly theory says if you find an object somewhere with more than several copies, let's say, I don't know what your favorite kind of, if you support some clubs for sports or basketball, American football or something, but whatever.
Sure.
Take their flag or their kit, and you find on Mars one example, you'd be like, that's weird. That looks identical to something on Earth. But you find that 2 or 3 of them, and it's really complicated. You'd be like, whoa, this could not have formed by chance. So what assembly theory says is, if I find an object in my backyard, on Mars, wherever, and I find many copies of this object, and this object can be broken into many different dissimilar parts, it has low symmetry, then it's alien or evolved, right? So if it was on Mars, it would be alien because life,
no right angles or spheres in nature, kind of thing.
Yeah, so assembly theory literally tells you about how difficult it is to make that object in the absence of a natural process. So perhaps the simplest thing to think about would be or the most complex thing to think about is you went to Mars and you found a pile of sand, and you found 100 piles of sand and they all looked identical. You say, oh, that's not very complicated, it's just a pile of sand. But then if you went to the end of all the piles of sand and you actually found there was a big grinder there and it was actually grinding up Apple iPhones into sand and splitting them out, and you managed to stop the grinder and you looked and you saw 1,000 Apple iPhones on Mars, you'd be like, oh, assembly theory would tell you that these iPhones couldn't have appeared by chance, and they must have been created by an informational process. So
Okay.
now let me give you a really simple way of looking at it. If you go to a keyboard and you just randomly type letters, so that's fine. Let's say you type abracadabra or banana. If you type abracadabra, abracadabra is actually quite a hard thing to type. It's not that many letters, but there's also some repeats in it. So rather than the 11 unique letters or the 11 unique letters in the sequence, you could actually have 7 plus 4, right? Because there's a repeat unit. So
Yes.
what assembly theory says is take the object, break it into parts, remove all the repeat units, add it into and then put it into your little manual, and then count the shortest number of steps you need to take to make the object with your units. And if the shortest number of steps is above a threshold, then you can be sure that it wasn't made by chance. Now,
Right. That it wasn't natural. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a better way of looking at that. So we were talking making sure it's super understandable. So I think what I've said is assembly theory looks for complexity. That's number one. Does the object have lots of different parts? Number two, can you find more than one object? Because if you just, I don't know, if you spilt some wine on the floor or sand on some concrete, that would make a really complex pattern, but you would not find another copy of that. It would be a one-off. So that would just be completely natural.
Right.
So then, so that is kind of very interesting that you've got complex, high abundance objects that you can count. And then I'm saying, what is the shortest path to get there? It needs to be below a certain number. To help you visualize that, for molecules on Earth, it's actually 15. So what do I mean? So if I took a coin and I flicked the coin and I got heads each time, 15 times in a row, that would be much harder than getting twice in a row. So let's say I flick it once, get heads, great, 50-50. I flick it again and get heads, great, 2 in a row, that's cool. Flick it again, I get heads, you're like 3 in a row, I'm on a good run here. 4 in a row, 5 in a row, 6 in a row, 7 in a row, 8 in a row, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Each time you flick a heads and you have an equal chance of getting a tails, that's telling you something very statistical is happening, that biology is being involved or information. And that's the best way of looking at it. And that kind of statistical coin flipping argument helps you understand. And so with that argument, you can go and search for life in the universe without knowing anything about the life. You just look for objects that exist in high copy numbers that have many different parts.
And you take out the repeats, right?
You take out the repeats, yeah.
Man, that's a hell of a good way to explain it. Okay, so that's the lens from which you're looking for this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so for a number of years when I was developing this, all the different areas of science were kind of like telling me it wasn't interesting because it was obvious.
Yeah, trivial or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then everyone else was saying this is impossible, it can't work. And so you had two sets of people saying it's obvious and it can't work, and they're like, well, okay, this maybe means we're on the right spot. So I think what happens is there's actually computationalists were kind of not annoyed, or arguing with me a little bit, because if you do if you compress information in a zip file, say, you can actually look for the number of repeats. But what assembly theory does is doesn't just look for the number of repeats; it draws a pathway to it, and so there is a path dependence. In a zip file, the path dependence isn't exactly the same, and in fact, it's not really captured in the same way at all, which means
that's right.
You lose all that information.
Yeah, exactly. On old hard drives, the defragmentation would fill up things with like noise space. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's kind of similar. Anyway, let me check and see if we got any callers, just to make sure. I don't want to ignore anybody here. We do have Aaron. So Aaron's one of my buddies. He has a lot of good questions. So let's get him in here, and we will talk more because I want to. I mean, if we can talk about a lot of other things. But let's get Aaron in here and see if he's got something good to change it
Okay,
up.
cool.
All right. Aaron, you are on with me and Lee.
Hello, Lee.
What's
It's
up?
nice to meet you, sir. I respect everything you do, and I wish I was more like you. But anyway, so when I think of life in the universe outside of Earth, there's one thing that I always come back to, and it's this idea of probability. Now, I understand that math doesn't dictate the universe, it only explains it. But if, and you said earlier that it's generally accepted that the periodic table of elements is pretty universal, well, I would even go a step further back than that and go, if we take everything that exists and break it down to the point where you can no longer ask the question, what is it made of? And we start there as a base. And then we start asking the question, how many different variations of combinations of this particular, whatever you want to call it, be it a quark, be it something smaller than that, whatever it is, how many different variations of this one thing can you have? If there are only so many variations that you can have of whatever that is, that's a limit. And that limit means, given enough time and enough space, you're going to have repeats of that. That's how I know numbers to work. Now, I might be wrong about that. And so because of that, by sheer probability, not only do I believe that there are other, and there are going to be different, obviously, because they're not, the conditions probably aren't going to be exactly the same as they are here on Earth, like you said earlier. But what that means to me is, given how many other stars there are, given how many other galaxies there are, and given how many other planets there are in the universe, it is almost mathematically impossible for there to not be at least one other planet that has the exact same setup, with the exact same distance, the exact same size, and at least the exact same amount of water to land ratio as the Earth.
Throw a question at him, bud.
So the question I have for you is, what do you think about that? By sheer probability, it's almost impossible for there not to be life on other planets.
Okay.
So Aaron, first, thanks for that. That's really a good point. Let me break it down a little bit because I think it's super interesting, and I don't disagree. But let's clarify a couple of things. So when you talk about probability, with quarks and things. So the nice thing about physics and most of the variables in physics, although physics can do many great things, statistics rules, so their probability rules really well. So we know lots about matter, and we think we understand how we can get to atoms and elements, right? To elements of a certain type, of atoms of a certain type.
Yeah.
So that's great. So and that's what physics does very well, and that can just be universal. I'm pretty sure over the entire universe, you can make the same kind of materials. So that's great. Now your point is like, because there's so many chances there should be, by that argument, there should be other Earth-like worlds. I think that's one way of looking at it, but I'll give you even more reason to say that. So I would say that's great. You're kind of saying it almost similar to what we have on Earth, but I would say there's even more chance than life just being, if life isn't constrained to Earth just on those numbers, because there's no evidence that life needs precisely the amount of water or precisely the ratio of elements. I think that it's like saying, there's a very special star like our star, and it needs to have that precise amount of hydrogen, you'll get that star. Actually, you get stars that cluster into certain classes as a function of size and their energy dissipation. The actual number of variables controlling the star is quite low. So I think that when it comes to probability, probability is even greater on your side, because there are so many exoplanets, there's so much chemistry going on, and because we don't need, and this is a critical thing where I think there might be not a divergence, but a clarification from your point, I would say, because we don't need to follow the exact path we followed on Earth, that there's even more chance statistically that we're going to get to an evolutionary paradigm in these different planets. So I
Sure.
don't think
Yeah.
we need to have an identical pathway, because that is so hard, right? Because every time you get to a decision, there's a branch in the graph, and before you know it, the branches in the graph, and get this, the branches in the graph exceed the number of states in the universe. And when the number of states exceed, then you're like, there can be only one off. So that's a really cool thing, right? So if you can estimate the size of the universe and the size of the states available, and when your number of decisions made exceeds that, you're absolutely unique. But then all you have to do is go down the graph and say, well, I don't need to be, these decisions are arbitrary. They're not really affecting anything. So you go down the graph. And so what you can probably say is yeah, I would ask, if I were you, say, on the basis of probability, what is the worst case scenario and the best case scenario for finding life in the universe? And the basis of probability, I'm very excited, and I would agree with you on that. And I would just so I'm just trying to say that it doesn't need to be identical, because there's no other Earth in the universe. There's no parallel universe with Earth. Earth is entirely unique, but there are lots of Earth-like, almost Earths in the universe, and there's a spectrum from and the interesting thing is, what percentage of those spectrum of those planets are all alive? And Earth was quite dumb. Earth's IQ was quite low until, and that's not, I mean, probably should talk about IQ, but it's very, but Earth became, with mammals and then humans, quite late. And I actually wonder if that was because the gravitational force was quite high, and it took ages for biology to basically work out how to use oxygen properly so we could move around. And our brains are quite energy intensive. If the gravitational force on Earth was lower, could we have got to consciousness or intelligence a few billion years quicker? Because
Maybe.
we didn't have to learn how to do all this extra chemistry. So when there might be that, and I don't know, we can use this, I won't use the R word. I would say Earth might have been slower in its development and consciousness than some others. So I don't know if that makes sense, Aaron.
Aaron, you still with us?
I think he's dropped off.
Oh, he exited. That's okay. I know. I understood exactly what you said, and I think that was a brilliant answer. We have one of our other friends, Tree, here. He's a new member of our community, and we're gonna hop him in. Okay.
Yep.
Tree, what's up, man? How's it going? Can you hear me, Tree? Testing, 1, 2. Okay. We're gonna give you a few more chances here. Tree, are you there?
Maybe
All right, we're going to the next. Oh,
No, that was me. Sorry.
oh, that was you. Okay. All right, Tree, I'm gonna drop you back down to listeners, bud. You can jump right back in the caller queue, and I'm gonna invite Nivik to speak. Okay. Nivik is another one of our friends on the Pangburn Hangout, Lee.
Hello,
Hello,
Nivek.
Lee. Since you mentioned not wanting to talk about IQ, made me want to talk about IQ. Um, I wanted to know your thoughts. Well, number one thing I was interested in was CRISPR tech, and what are
Oh,
your hopes that that you think that could bring, and that that's beneficial, and your view of IQ. And the thing about it, it could be controversial because who's to say what is smart, right? What is intelligence? It could be hard to say. What you Sometimes people have a bias. It's like what I do is intelligent, and what the other person does that's different. That is not intelligent.
yeah. So Nivik, let him answer your first question, buddy.
What was the first one to get about
CRISPR.
CRISPR?
Yeah, CRISPR.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't really have. I hope CRISPR can be used to help. Well, I don't know much about CRISPR until I don't practice CRISPR in the lab, right? So,
Yeah.
when it comes to gene editing, I mean, I hope that CRISPR will be able to be used to cure disease. understand biology, create new technologies. I'm not sure how I feel about altering humans' germline in general. I guess that might happen, but again, I don't know enough. I mean, a friend of mine who I haven't spoken to for ages, actually, George Church at Harvard, kind of has very strong views about that, how CRISPR can be used. So I don't have much other than I hope it can be used to. I mean, it'd be great if we could use it to drop our healthcare costs in general, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it true?
Uh,
Yeah.
Is it true that you can grow brain cells, or is that just because every now and then I hear that you have a fixed amount, and that's not the case? And I
Well,
was
oh
there are
no,
wondering,
no.
about
I
I
mean,
was
100
wondering about your
billion.
views, like you.
In your,
Yeah.
no, in your, that's a slightly different question. In your brain, yeah, sure. It's possible that you can grow you grow new brain cells to replace old ones. I don't know. It's just quite hard to do the experiment, right? Because who wants to go into their brain and count the number of cells they've got differentiating? But there certainly is evidence that you can have neural regeneration, right? When you've got, so this whole idea that your brain can't repair itself is actually not correct, because when people have
Yeah.
strokes, they get better.
Yeah.
But I just don't know. I mean, CRISPR, I'm building chemical computers that will do CRISPR in the end. I really haven't got into that yet. I'm waiting for the technology to mature so I can view it. All I know is what's happened in the past few years, particularly with RNA technology, is that we've come a long way to be able to get cells to generate new protein, okay, on demand. I mean, the COVID-19 example was good at that. So my hope for CRISPR is that it becomes a useful technology, and that it will transform, the experience of quality of life of people on Earth, and that
Yeah.
we use it ethically, and we think carefully about doing things that are against evolutionary
I believe the
principles.
COVID
Mm-hmm.
CRISPR, wasn't it?
Hang on, Niv. Hang on, Niv. Let him finish, bud.
Yeah, I was going to say, because if you start to improve, you try and make improvements on the embryos and things, or human beings, there might be there might be unforeseen consequences. And I think, we have to work out how to regulate that globally, not just, there's this guy in China who decided to do CRISPR on a couple of embryos to stop them from getting HIV, and I think he's now in prison. And also he caused these babies to actually have more quite important problems, right? That was pretty dangerous.
They don't care too much about the ethics of CRISPR in China, I don't think, do they?
Oh no, I don't think that's correct to say that. I think that China is in a desperate race to catch up on IP,
Ah.
and when you're catching up on, and also the culture is so different, that it's very easy for us to kind of demonize. But Chinese people and American people and British people and French people and Germany are all the same.
Yeah.
We all respond to incentives. And the interesting thing about China is that we could spend ages talking about is just where the population is different. So the way you control people in a population and the political system is just a bit different, right? So I think it's very difficult for me to overcome some of my kind of tribal, like, yes, those damn Chinese, or those
No, I hope I didn't make that to any Chinese people listening. I swear,
no,
you're not unethical. I watched
no.
John Oliver one time about CRISPR, and they interviewed a Chinese scientist, and they asked them the ethical implications, and he basically said, "Not a problem." So that's just one little data point
Yeah,
that I
yeah,
was.
yeah. I think, I mean, the ethics are different in China because well, it's not, the test is on improving the population rather than worrying about the individual. So this is with GMO, with genetically modified foods, right? Arguably, genetically modified rice has kept hundreds of millions of people, if not billions of people, from starvation. Whereas in Europe, we still like, oh, is it safe? And China's just gone, screw
Yeah.
it, you know.
Yep.
Here we
Yeah.
go.
Just go straight through. Yeah.
But
One
Um.
more question.
so the next one,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Nivek, we're gonna get one more question from you, but let Dr. Cronin finish.
Yeah, I was just going to finish your IQ question, right? So my answer to the IQ question is IQ is a test of your socioeconomic status and a little bit of your ability to learn, but not much else.
Yeah. That we actually, real quick, Nivik, I interviewed Dr. Scott Barry Kaufman, and he's studying intelligence, and he said it's hard to get away from the G factor. General intelligence on all these IQ tests seems to point, all roads seem to lead to this G factor, unless we're talking about like intrapersonal intelligence, musical intelligence, all these theories of different intelligences. But if you ever get the chance, Dr. Cronin or Lee, go listen to that episode because I loved it. It was a great talk with him. It was last week. But Nivik, go ahead and throw your second question out, and then I'm going to try to get Tree
No, I
back
just wanted
in here,
to extend
okay?
on your IQ with the nature nurture. Do you believe it's fixed in how some people view it, in where what you have, that's pretty much it, or do you think you can actually grow your IQ and in there be since there's so little to learn about the brain, you think that there could be a potential there in where you could grow you can grow it. I'm guessing by nurture, but I mean nurture can be nature as well because how you eat and how you take care of yourself, in nutrition and the environment that you're in. It's not part.
So what's the
If
question,
he
Nivik?
no, the question was that if he thinks that it's fixed or it could potentially be grown, because some people have two views of it. Some people believe, well, whatever it is, you can only go so far to your potential, but then again, you know what I mean. Maybe you could actually grow your IQ. Do you think if it's your IQ, it would only be fixed, or you think that you could actually learn more, taking more knowledge, more permutation, more
There
logic
you
in
go.
order to grow your
Yeah.
intellect? Okay,
Okay.
that's it.
So I think so. There's this very simple way to look at that. I mean, I don't really have much in the way. So thanks for the question. Right, it's a good one. I don't really do much belief because belief is just belief, right? But I can tell you what seems logical. I think that your capabilities, everyone has basically similar cognitive intelligence capabilities, right? There are obviously some spectrum of them, but I don't know how to measure that. But I think that an individual can always improve their ability to solve problems by learning. And actually, it comes out of your attitude to learning is probably more important than your brain, whatever your genetics in your brain, right? So I think so for me, I mean, I was in special school, right, for people that had learning difficulties because I couldn't read or write or do mathematics for many years when I was at school. But I kept asking the question, why? For me, why was a great question because it was a great way of phrasing the question to everything. Why does that work? Why? How's that? Why is that? And that curiosity kind of kept me learning. And so I think it's very possible for people to be incorrectly classified younger as being low achievers or high achievers. And I think that's actually counterproductive. I think we're going to find in the future that most human beings are capable of reaching the same heights as Einstein and Feynman and so on. And it's actually really about, your personal preferences, right? So I would say it's it's not almost trivial to improve your intelligence if you mean problem solving skills by learning and trying to learn and dedicating time to it. That's the first point. The second point, though, is when you get older, the reason it's easier to learn new things when you're younger is like the tank is not full, right?
Yeah.
You're just kind of like filling up the tank.
Yeah.
So what you've got to be able to do is almost be really good at forgetting things and trying new things when you get older.
That's actually a great idea.
Without having dementia or loss of cognitive function, it's this ability to try new things and also not being flexible. And that
Yeah.
older people, it's said that older people can't learn. I don't think that's right. I think that older people have just experienced so much in their life that works for them, and those evolutionarily those neurons are going to be reinforced quite greatly. It's quite difficult to remove those things unless you ask radically different questions. So, to answer your question, do I think that people's intelligence can be grown as they grow? Sure. I think it's the overriding examples show that nobody is limited in that there's nobody unless you've had an accident or you're grown with a certain genetic defect. So I think everyone can do that. I think the trick, though, is you to put yourself into different environments. Because you imagine in evolution, this is what you did. If you find yourself in a rainforest one day, on a desert the next, or in the ocean, you've got different problems to solve, and those different problems to solve kick in your entire system, your body, your hormones, your stress hormones, the way that you're thinking, running, fight or flight, and this and this. So whether you're in a meditative state or a stress state or a sleeping state or a hibernating state, changing those states whilst asking why, I'm guessing, and I'm no cognitive psychologist, I'm just a chemist, right? We build robots. But my experience is that that I don't think there's an effective barrier for improving your intelligence if you measure that by your ability to solve problems. But you have to be motivated. So I think the key things are motivation, curiosity, and the ability to be in different environments. And then the final thing, to just be able to willing to commit time to do it. Those
Yeah.
four things,
The,
everything
the
is.
willpower and the critical thinking, right?
Yeah. And I think I used to incorrectly, when I was younger, think that old people were just inflexible and just didn't have new ideas. I mean, there's totally bullshit. And then as I got older, I realized that I knew a lot of young old people, and that I was pretty special in the regard that I don't have any beliefs. As soon as I'm proven wrong with the data, I'm like, oh shit, okay, I'll adopt this.
Yes, that's so good. I agree with you entirely. The wise man apportions his beliefs to the evidence. David
Yeah.
Hume. Nivik, we love you. Thank you for coming in. We're going to take Tree on and try this one more time, Tree. Tree, you're on with us, brother. How are you? Did we get you this time?
Hey,
You got to unmute, my friend.
hey,
Hey, what's up?
not much though. Thanks for having me on. I was wondering,
Yeah, you're welcome.
it's really, really interesting what you're talking about, especially about assembly theory. And I was wondering, do you believe that there's a kind of a limit on the number of structures that are possible, that would cross your threshold for complexity to say, well, this could be life on that basis?
Um, yeah, I mean, so what kind of amplify that? So what you mean that I would just detecting life just on complexity alone? Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, just to say, for example, a lot of the like all the life on Earth is carbon based, right? And it's because their carbon has specific properties that make it like it's stable, but it also has like what is it? I think it's like four different uh, bonds it's possible, right? So they're like
Hmm.
structures that like lend itself really well to passing your threshold in assembly theory, or do you think like it's just it's kind of like any element could be part of it, or any element could be the center of it? It's just a question of how big is it, I guess, right?
So yeah, there's two answers to that. So I think that carbon
Well,
Yeah,
there is
so
quantum chemistry.
yeah, no, so all chemistry is quantum, right? So I think that what you're saying is what is the size range at which lifelike characteristics are
Exactly.
manifest? So I would say that. So I would say really for that, it seems that between the virus capsid and the cell. So even it has to go beyond molecules. You need to have a collection of molecules in a container, and that seems to be between the virus capsid size and the, uh, uh, the 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 cell.
There was do you have like an idea or a way you imagine that assembly theory would be used to identify life? Do you see it like, we spot something with a radio telescope, or do we actually have to physically interact with it before we be able to understand if what we're looking at is life?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So do you
One more time,
yeah,
Trey.
do you imagine like that assembly theory could be used to identify life from like a great distance, or do you think we'd have to get a lot of detail to understand if this isn't life using that theory?
Yeah, great question. I'm just about to publish a paper, a preprint, that shows you can use infrared spectroscopy to detect complexity of molecules. So, in principle, if that we might be able to start to infer life on other exoplanets. It's going to be hard because you're going to have to do quite a lot of
Mm-hmm.
modeling, but in principle, it's possible. And it's a really good question. So, assembly theory right now in the lab, I've used some techniques. So, a technique that weighs molecules and cuts them up called mass spectrometry, a technique which is like MRI, but for molecules. So, we can count the number of different atoms in it, and then infrared, which is basically allows the molecule as you heat it up has a characteristic glow, a bit like if you put a coal in a fire, grows red hot. You put a molecule into some energy, it gives off characteristic light, and that light you can use assembly theory to work out if the molecule's above the threshold or not.
And like, wouldn't that require like a huge amount of molecules for that to be like visible from such a great distance, right?
Oh yeah. I'm actually thinking about designing a molecule that we could make several billion tons, right? A really complex molecule that absorbs in the infrared. And if humanity is about to go extinct, we just eject this molecule into the atmosphere so aliens knew we were here.
Wow.
Like
Yeah, nice.
like an emergency beacon.
That would work though if they were anywhere as near as advanced as we were. If they were
Yeah. I
looking
mean, if
right
you had a
away.
planet that basically was like that had some binary code in the gas, that would be the ultimate biosignature or
Oh
death.
yeah,
Signature. Yeah,
yeah, that would be like the binary code of the gas or something. Yeah.
yeah.
Tree, your questions are amazing. Can you call back in so I can get Salman in for a minute, and then you can come back on and ask some more. Okay. All right. Salman is one of my best friends in the world, Lee. So I expect good things here. A brilliant, brilliant person.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry, by the way, I have just 2% on my chart, so I'll try to be quick. Dr. Lee, I was wondering if you think that the assembly theory could be applied potentially beyond just chemical molecules, like on any object. Meaning, I'm just thinking like, could there be like a situation where we have complexity emerging in nature that is not necessarily evidence of information processing? Like, it could be just embedded in the rules and the laws of physics itself. I'm thinking something like, the game of life from simulations, and simple rules could produce very complex outcomes in the long run, like something like galaxies in our universe.
No,
They may fit the criteria for like assembly theory, but are they necessarily evidence of life?
They don't. So assembly theory says two things. You have to have a copy number in abundance. So what you need to do is your complex object needs to exist in identical. You need to have an abundance of identical copies. So the word complexity is misused. There is no complexity in the universe except for life. When you see a storm on Jupiter or different galaxies, these are complicated. These are complex because they've got lots of individual features, but they are one-offs, right? So until you find an identical copy of an object, it has no assembly. So the assembly equation is a function of the number of identical objects and the assembly index of that object. So let me give you an example. There's a difference between finding, let's say I write a book with random letters, right? This is equivalent to you looking up in the sky and seeing lots of different galaxies. But if I write a book with phrases in it and those phrases have repeats, right? So you can see those words repeated all over, then you know that it was created with some information. And that's super important. And lots of people fall into that trap and say, oh, I can think of an instance of seeing something complex. But yeah, sure, the more complex it is, the more one-off. And so, and that's really the important point.
That makes sense. Like it's very difficult, I imagine, to have identical galaxies in every way, right?
Exactly. And if you find identical galaxies, you're in a simulation, or there's there's some life form that is the size of a galaxy, which would be unlikely.
Yeah, this is
That
the
makes sense.
Leibniz's. Go ahead, Salman.
Yeah. Thank you, doctor.
Love you, Salman.
Love you.
Bye. All right, we got Aaron again. Aaron, I'm sorry, I'm just playing with you. What you got? Aaron?
So I didn't realize we'd have more than one opportunity to speak. It is brilliant.
Oh yeah, I mean, as long as real quick before you start, Aaron, how much longer do we have you for, Lee?
10 minutes.
Okay, go ahead, Aaron. Give us a good one to end on.
So, full disclosure, this is purely a theory of mine, and it's not based on any particularly concrete evidence. But when we're talking about consciousness, I have a proposal that says that I believe that everything that lives has some level of consciousness, and that consciousness is almost as inevitable as gravity. Like if an object has mass, it has gravity. I say that if something has life, it has consciousness. And the best thing I can point to is some of the behaviors of other animals. For instance, there's an entire group of animals that, having never seen themselves before, having only lived in the wild, could recognize themselves in a mirror. There's a species of bird. There are certain types of elephants. There are even certain sea creatures that could recognize themselves. And I go a step further and say, think about predator/prey. There has to be some level, and again, this is purely theoretical, there has to be some level of knowing that whatever you're chasing or whatever's chasing you isn't one of you in order to know that you have to escape it. I don't think it's quite as automatic as there's something chasing me, let me run. I think that there is embedded in all living things the notion, a sense of, I am something, what that thing is not me, therefore it must pose a threat. What do you think about that?
Yeah, let him get in there.
So I think consciousness is so that you might be calling something conscious, which I wouldn't call consciousness. But yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I think that consciousness isn't. I'm not a panpsychist. I don't think that everything has some consciousness, and I don't think all life forms are conscious. But all life forms have some mechanism of awareness. Even a bacterial cell can detect other bacteria, and so what we're kind of talking about here is a labeling scheme. So the problem with consciousness, because we don't know how to define it correctly, we get muddled here. So, but when you're talking about the automatic response of some animals, no, they don't know. They don't know what they're chasing, and they don't know. I mean, and actually, the classic female-male spider, and when after they've mated, the female spider eats the male. She doesn't know she's eating the male. She's just programmed to do it.
Yeah.
It's kind of hilarious to do. So there is a higher ordinance emergence that comes with, and I would say all animals probably have some degree of awareness, and I think awareness graduates into consciousness. Let's say dogs are conscious, I would say, right? So, but then above that, there is a degree of abstraction where you can count and have language, So you might have awareness, consciousness, if you like, or becoming conscious, and then abstraction. The ability to abstract is even above consciousness. So I might be with you in that
Yeah.
the bridge between awareness and abstraction is consciousness. I don't know if you find that helpful.
I think I just real quick, I tend to agree that that abstraction, you have to be able to abstract that you have that you have a state of consciousness. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. Aaron,
That's
do you
fair.
want to ask one real quick question, and then let's let Dr.
Yes,
Cronin go, because he's been
just
really helpful.
one last thing, and I want to say thank you for your time. I've learned a lot from you. The last question I would ask is, would you say that there's an element of the more complex the life form gets, the more complex the consciousness becomes? Because I think that would accurately explain why a cat maybe isn't quite as conscious as a human being or not as self-aware.
I don't know.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, I think it's certainly a cat. Some cats seem that they don't have anything, and other cats do. Dogs are definitely all aware. I don't know if it's just about complexity. It's probably as simple as connectivity in the brain. And I think that probably the dogs are on the cusp, and chimpanzees and human beings. So I think that if I don't know if whales and dolphins are hyper intelligent, but they do have a huge brain and a huge amount of connectivity. And because we can't communicate with them, they probably don't have abstraction ability. So I think there is some correlation with number of connections. You might call that complexity, but I think that once you've got to a critical amount, then it just works. It's a bit like
Yeah.
when you have enough hydrogen to make a fusion reaction self-sustain in the start. It's just undergoing fusion. You're in that state.
Yeah.
So I think there is a critical minimum that you can get to.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
Aaron, thank you for the awesome questions. I guess we'll let you go now. Thank you so much for coming, man. I love talking to you. I love learning from you. You seem to be along the same lines scientifically as me, and I love talking to people who are like that. If you ever want to come back, please do so. I would love to
Okay,
have you back
don't
again.
worry. It was great to
Yeah.
come by, and sorry I have to drop off pretty much on the
No.
dot. It's just actually forgot that I was speaking to a friend at SFI at Santa Fe Institute, and I was one of the reasons I asked someone to repeat a question. I had to quickly email them and say, no, I'm stuck. I'm finishing something.
Thank you.
So because I penciled in 90 minutes to do this, and it was a pleasure to do so. So no
Well,
problem.
we love you, man, and I really appreciate it. And I
Yeah.
wish you all the best of luck, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. See you later.
Thank you, brother. Have a good one. All right, guys. What did you think about that? That was fantastic. Tree, I'll get you up here to speak. Hang on just a second. That was fantastic. Dr. Lee, if you're having trouble leaving, it's in the bottom right corner. But you can stay and listen to it if you want to. Scott, are you with us? Hello, Scott. All right. Jack, are you with us? Nobody's here but me and Tree. Oh, what's up, Tree?
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed that idea, especially when at the end where he's saying the idea of like a critical mass for
Yeah.
consciousness to exist. I'd really love to have like hopefully you'll get your wish and he'll come back and we can ask him more
I
questions
hope,
about that.
man, that would be great if he came back again. Like that, there's like 86 to 87 billion neurons in a human adult brain. And,
Hmm.
the epiphenomenalism of consciousness arising from those connections has been proposed by lots of people. There's the orchestrated objective reduction with Roger Penrose, and I can't remember the other guy's name, where the quantum interactions inside of a neuron are what instantiate consciousness. Whereas, you could also think of, well, there's many other types of things, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious as to whether that is actually true though, right? Because
Oh,
I would
you mean consciousness being like an epiphenomenal thing, or what?
no, like the critical mass.
Oh,
Um,
the critical. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about, but I guess in a
yeah,
different way. Go ahead.
yeah, no, like I mean, I think sorry. When I understand epiphenomenal, you mean like it's it's a thing
It's
that happens
caused
as
by it
well.
secondarily, like
Yeah,
Like, so epiphenomenalism, let me make sure I'm defining this right. 1 second. Of course, I have to spell it first. So it's the epiphenomenalism is the view that mental events are caused by physical events in the brain, but have no effects upon any physical events outside of the brain.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's really interesting. Um, so yeah, it's almost like the kind of internal subjective experience, right? It only exists within the brain, doesn't leak
Yeah,
outside,
our
right?
phenomenological experience only exists in our brain. We have to take in the senses through that way. Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is like the thing he describes like with the spider eating the male, right? It isn't aware, consciously aware that it is doing that. I wonder, is
Yeah.
it possible for us to meet like a spacefaring galactic civilization that isn't actually aware of what they're doing? Like, is it possible
Yeah.
to have, you know, like is there an upper limit on
I
that
don't know.
at all, right?
That's a hell of a good
Um,
question. I don't know. Um, what if there's a floating mass of virus out there? You know, it's it's just like can come into contact with us, but doesn't know anything about like what life is and shit. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, it was just like, what, like, why is consciousness selected for? I guess is the really big question then.
Yeah,
I
I feel
think
that.
Um,
the the only point of contention I would have about the concept that the
agree when it comes to the rarity of life and stuff in the universe, because like we don't know how we're defining terms like life or consciousness all the time. So saying that we don't see it out there, and he was even talking about like doing something to the effect of proving that natural occurrences can cause prime numbers in sequence to go off,
Yeah, yeah.
stuff like this. So like we don't really know what we're looking for when we're looking at the sky. So I don't agree with what is that, the freaking equation that
Drake equation.
describes how there should. Yeah, I don't really agree with the Drake equation's conclusions a lot of the time.
It's an old way of looking at it.
To
I
say
mean,
that they're
there's no
atheist.
way that we could technically calculate those numbers in the Drake equation because we don't have any priors. You know what I mean? We don't have any probabilities to go on. Do you know the whole Drake equation? Because it takes at the very end of the equation, it takes things into account like if the society destroys itself with nuclear weapons. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and great filters and all that. I mean, great filters is a big I don't know. Like,
Yeah. Well,
who
he
knows
said
what
it
it
was. I'm sorry.
means. Yeah, going.
No, he was just saying that the Great Filter is just a misunderstanding of ours. You know, it's an anthropomorphic thing. We may be wrong about that Great Filter, whether we're before it or whether we're after it. You know, and also there could have been in the Fermi paradox, there could have been an entire galactic civilization millions of years ago, but they're all dead now. Everything's just the galaxy's empty. You know, um, there are many things about the Fermi paradox that cause issues with trying to see if we're at that great filter or not. Or I think if the Fermi paradox is true, we want to be after the great filter. I can't remember if it's before or after. I think
It's
that's part
after.
of the
We want
paradox.
to be after.
Yeah, we'd want to be after.
Yeah,
I think that's correct.
yeah. The Fermi paradox is a problem, and one of the solutions is you add a great filter or a bunch of small filters. You can do that too. They're like,
Yeah,
and I've heard.
we may have already been through most of the small filters, and maybe the big filter is getting off our planet or something like that. You know, there can be many different filters in the Fermi paradox.
Well, here's the problem I have with the Fermi paradox. At the current moment, even though we can see tens of billions of light years, the objects that are tens of billions of light years away, we can only see about 60 light years in any given direction, a detailed map of what's around us. So
And that's
paradox,
60 years old, and that map is 60 years old.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so the problem is the Fermi paradox kind of assumes that we've seen all there is to see. We have barely scratched the surface of the surface of what can actually be seen in detail, even in our own galaxy. So it's
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
no
like
doubt.
the Fermi paradox kind of jumps the gun. It's like, hold on a second, we don't even have the technology right now to even see everything that's out there before you go asking, where are all the aliens?
Yeah. Yep. And if you've watched a lot of videos on the Fermi paradox, there's reasons why there might not be aliens traveling. There might be aliens out there, but they might be so advanced they're not worried about traveling to our planet. You know what I mean? There's
So the people,
also the idea of like how he talked about maybe, or we considered maybe like silicate life, you know, and things like that that we can't detect as we are right now with our current level of technology.
to the people listening right now, look up Kurzgesagt on YouTube.
Yeah.
They have a
Yes.
video.
Yes.
They have a
Exactly
video
what
on
Aaron
the
is
Fermi
saying.
paradox.
Yes.
That's how
Can
I
you
know
put that
about
in the
it.
chat? Can you spell that out in the chat for
In a
him,
nutshell.
Aaron?
Sure.
Yeah, guys,
Um,
that
Do your
Kyrgyzstan
best, Aaron.
video is really, I can't pronounce it, but it's really good at explaining the Fermi paradox.
I think there's a it's still for me. I find it really difficult to understand why, or we haven't witnessed any kind of intelligent life. Certainly because, like, I mean, okay, so one of the ideas is maybe we're very early, right? But if we're late, why aren't we seeing suns disappear? Because they're being wrapped in a Dyson sphere or reducing its luminosity, right?
Yeah, they
You
thought
know,
they found a Dyson sphere a couple of years ago, but they were wrong.
yeah, it's true. It's like you can almost bias towards whenever you hear that there might be alien life discovered, the answer is no, but they're going to discover something even cooler, or like something really cool anyways, right? It's like when they find the rotating neutron stars, or that was amazing, absolutely incredible, but still not aliens, right?
Right.
Um,
Right.
and the issue I think though is there's a certain amount. I think we should be kind of a bit more. I think it's safe, or it's a good idea to kind of demand the reason why we're not seeing aliens more, and sort of say, well, like and anything that stands in the way, right? Anything that explains it, we should try and examine more thoroughly, because it's. I mean, it is the case absolutely that we have not seen aliens, but if there is something that we're missing, we should be really looking into it. And I think obviously the work in exoplanets is really exciting, and
Yes.
what Dr. Cronin was saying about the idea of examining molecules on planets, using spectroscopy, just sounds like science
That's
fiction to
right.
me.
Yeah.
It's incredibly exciting, but I think there's probably going to be a lot of um, you know a lot of weird sort of questions that are going to come up about these sort of things, like why would an alien civilization not be using, like, not transmitting into the universe like we are, like, would they be using some other mechanism, or they're just not interested in life, because otherwise
Yeah.
we shouldn't be detecting at this point, right?
Maybe their
Dark
technologies are
forest.
so different from ours that they can't interact with each other. Like the radio waves that we send out are just noise to them.
Yeah, I mean,
Dark forest analogy, where like, imagine you're in a dark forest and there could be a predator around any tree. Do you yell for help, or do you try to sneak around the forest, make your way
Yeah.
out on your
Go ahead, Tree.
I wonder though about the dark forest thing. Like, wouldn't we see a reason to be afraid if we're in a dark forest? I mean, like, unless something is like, there's an example of like an alien species that goes around just like devouring planets and leaving them completely barren, right? Which could be one of your great filters, obviously, right? But then I imagine that we might see some sort of weird behaviors with the Dyson sphere as well, because they'd be consuming so much energy to do it, right?
Right.
I
Yeah.
think one of the fundamental issues we have is the fact that if there is life out there, which I'm almost certain that there is, we don't know what their motivations are. The Fermi paradox, the Kurzgesagt video, the one that he made, basically suggested that maybe another
Tree, we got a
species
little bit of extra noise coming through, buddy.
maybe another form of life isn't really interested in leaving the planet that they live on. Maybe they found a way to extract the resources of their planet without ruining their atmosphere, thus basically...
Yeah, Aaron, do you remember that part of the video? You're talking exactly about it, where they like live in their own planet and they like don't leave, like they just
don't leave.
explore their own.
They don't feel like they need to leave.
Yeah, they just explore their own minds and basically like a matrix. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because they've advanced to the
I mean, and the honest to goodness truth is, and I love Kurzgesagt for these videos because they're the optimists. They believe that human beings will be putting Dyson spheres around black holes for energy. We don't even know what we're going to be like, what our future generations are going to be like when they actually have the chance.
No, we don't know.
Stars. Are they going to be the kind that destroy everything that they touch, or are they going to be the kind that wants to reach out to everyone they meet? We don't know.
Yeah, we anthropomorphize too much. It might be like a spacefaring species of leeches that, just like you said, or Tree said, devoured planets. You know what I mean? Could have zero fucks given for us as a species at all, right?
Or they could have the same motivations that we do, where they just want to connect with whatever else is out there.
Yeah, like emotional in-group kind of thing. Yeah, I hope it's that way, you know? Tree, real quick, when you're typing, buddy, it's really loud. So I've had Travis in the chat say just mute when you're typing. Okay, buddy?
Yeah, we'll do. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
So yeah, one of my issues with the idea of say like an incredible species that is um, not interested in meeting other species would be that I find a hard time believing that a non-social species ends up being anywhere near as advanced as we've made it to be. And then at the
I
same
agree
time,
with you.
I agree
I'd
as
also
well.
find it really hard to believe that a non-social species wouldn't, or social species wouldn't reach out at the end, right? I mean, it's possible,
Right.
but then I guess you run into the sort of same problem in a different way, right? So if we imagine like how different they are from us as like a form of distance from where we are, why isn't there something an alien species that is close to us in both distance and observability, I guess?
Could be probability, or it could be by that we're sequestered for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, we've only got a sample size of one, right? For
Yeah.
this sort of thing,
Yeah.
so that's also a big problem as well.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, guys. Let me. Perry just joined our room. What's up, P. Ree?
Yeah, what's up? Something that Dr. Cronin said, also on top of this anthropomorphizing in terms of the Fermi paradox, he mentioned that I think he said a lack of creativity of what, like the diversity species that there could be. So it could just be something that we're having trouble conceptualizing of what other life may look like.
Exactly.
So I wanted to add that on top of your anthropomorphizing notion of it all. One
Yep.
or two other things also that I wanted to mention. He separated and kind of parsed out awareness, consciousness,
Abstraction.
and obviously it would just be quite and I think it'd be difficult to give an example of when one becomes consciousness, like when you go from awareness to consciousness. I'm completely fine with those definitions, and I think it's helpful to do that. I would just be curious, because he seemed very against the whole panpsychism idea.
Yes, he was very against that idea that Donald Hoffman was going for.
Which I've been flirting with amongst myself for the past.
I'm
2
still
weeks.
flirting with Donald Hoffman's ideas. I just didn't want to badmouth him in public, you know.
It was interesting though to see him go at these guys and to call them out for how his interpretation of their mystical views.
Yeah, he's an empiricist, so
which I respect, and I will look deeper into that now that he's mentioned it. One other thing, it was either Tree or Aaron that said it. They said, it's interesting that I have thoughts in English.
That's Tree. Tree said that.
That begs the question, do we have thoughts that are bound by language, or can we have thoughts independent of language? A notion of Wittgenstein, who I'm still figuring out whether I'm going to talk about him tonight or not. He has this whole notion of our ideas are dependent on logic and language. Language being derived from logic in this case.
I agree.
So what would a thought independent of language, not bound by English or Mandarin or whatever, what would that experience be like? Just some food.
Yeah, that's why the argument for universal grammar is taken seriously in some circles of linguistics.
Yeah, and that's a good way to. That's a good explanation and counter to that question. I mean, are you just you're thinking of Chomsky? I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, universal grammar.
Yeah.
The universal grammar module. Yeah.
Again, I need to acquaint myself more so with Chomsky and his ideas, because we always bring it up. Yet I seem to not grasp always, or I just need to learn a little bit more about it. You know what I mean? But just some food for thought that
I think yes.
I do too.
And
I don't know what that would be, because we automatically, I mean, when we're babies, we don't necessarily have language, but do we have thoughts? I would say yeah.
follow. Yeah, thinking can also be in images, right?
Yeah.
Imagination, if you really think what imagination is, it's just a bunch of
Yeah.
thought, but it's not formulated in language. But some of us find it easier to think in sentences than in images,
Yeah.
right? And we could do both. We could switch between both.
That's what I was thinking too. Like pictures, essentially, is what it would look like. It'd be a conceptualization of imagery and pictures rather than thinking in sentences, as you just said. And it's
We'd still need sense experience for that, though. You know what I mean? For the imagery.
yeah, but you don't need linguistics necessarily.
Yeah, we don't necessarily need linguistics.
So
No.
it may be even. I mean, I could almost even bring in the notion of what is awareness versus consciousness. I don't know. It seems like perhaps
Yeah.
you might need consciousness to form any critical linguistic scheme, and you just need awareness to see imagery and whatnot.
Well, going back to what Dr. Cronin said, Lee, we have to be able to abstract consciousness. We have to be able to abstract the idea that we have consciousness. So the abstraction part is very important. I don't think it's a part of the system. I think it's what the system does is abstraction. You know, this consciousness system that includes intelligence and imagination and all that shit.
Epiphenomenally.
This is all just like hierarchical metaphor, but
Sorry, can you explain the abstraction a bit more?
I'm sorry. Abstraction?
Yeah.
Abstraction is like a domain in our mind. Like I can abstract a building in my mind. That building doesn't actually exist, but I'm abstracting it. I'm basically making a space like you would in a computer science setting. You're making a domain in your brain, in your mind, whatever you want to say, and you are abstracting. That's like the ability to understand a new problem would be abstraction. Um, Setting something in a domain to understand it like conceptually, that's an abstraction. Anything within the conceptual world is an abstraction. Uh, so like when we induct in the scientific process, we're taking something very specific that we're observing and abstracting to a general concept to solve problems and to come to understanding. So let me just real quick, everybody pause real quick. And Joseph, I see you down there. Let's read the definition of abstraction so that I don't sound like an idiot. Probably too late for that.
I think abstraction is not physical.
Hang
it's
on.
something. It's
Hang
like
on.
it's a mental process. Like if I took away 10 pounds from 50 pounds, it'd be 40 pounds.
Yeah. So let's see if I can find a good world example. All right. So a real world example of abstraction is getting dressed in the morning. You're able to quickly evaluate wardrobe needs and put together a corresponding outfit relatively simply. So it's like you're abstracting in your mind what this archetype of what getting dressed means to you, and then you're able to, through that structure of abstracting it in your mind, put it into actual practice and get dressed, because you abstracted getting dressed in your mind before you did it. So like I don't want to keep beating the dead horse, but that's
The
what
process of reasoning. The process of reasoning.
No, abstraction is not just reasoning. That's a separate thing.
Okay.
The way I
I'm not
understand
trying to be a dick. I swear to God. I mean, it's
the
just
way I understand
abstraction
is
Go ahead,
usually
Salman.
in contrast with specific things. It's abstract as opposed to concrete. Right?
Yes, that is the
Concrete
difference
is
in metaphysics.
one thing. It's one thing, but the ability to say, I'm going to extract the specific details about this one thing, that's going to enable me to notice it in a class of similar things, and I'm going to
Yes.
create a concept out of it. That's what abstraction is.
So, tree, think of the number one. You're abstracting the number one.
This is
Yes.
if I may, and
real quick, Perry, I'm gonna invite Joseph in, but then I'm gonna let
Yep.
you finish, and then we'll go around the room.
Sure.
Okay? Go ahead, Perry.
Well, I was just going to quickly say, even when you just said one there, when you said there's this ideal of getting dressed in the morning, I mean, I immediately think of Plato and his form of.
No, I'm not talking about the
And
forms. I'm just talking about like a mental
I know.
archetype that you have abstracted in your mind in order to do something quickly based on a heuristic.
Again,
So like that was just one example.
it immediately makes me think of Plato because I love to use his realm of the forms metaphorically. Also, and I mean, obviously there's a lot of distinctions here, but also when you said one, like there's this ideal of one, whatever. I also thought of Hegel because, well, I thought of Hegel actually earlier when Dr. Cronin was saying the awareness, consciousness, and abstraction. It's almost like what is there another level above abstraction? If we go awareness, then consciousness, then abstraction, who's to say that there's not another level above?
Oh, there might be.
And
There might be a level above abstraction that is unknown to
it
us
might be
right now. You know,
our
imagination
path to
is all
absolute
abstraction.
knowledge, you know, our path to
Yeah,
knowledge,
of the absolute knowledge of
yeah,
Hegel. Yeah,
which obviously is
yeah.
not likely.
I know it sounds like I'm hurrying you off, but I'm just trying to get
Yeah,
Joseph
no
in here. I'm
problem.
sorry, Perry.
All good.
All right, hop in, Joseph. What's up, brother?
How are you guys?
Doing good, man. How about you?
Complex, but good.
Hey,
Thanks.
I feel you. I'm bipolar, so complex is my life.
I understand. Well, two things. I started with one thought, and then you went into abstraction. So I'm going to start with abstraction, if that's okay.
Sure.
How many of your audience play soccer, ice skate, some kind of sport where they're having to draw a line between abstracting what their intentions are and letting their body do what it automatically wants
Right.
to do,
That's a good
right?
point. Yeah, that's a great
Okay.
point.
So let's take that and then apply it to playing an instrument musically. Because are you thinking of the tune you're playing, or are you reading notes on them and abstracting them into the instrument? In other words,
That's
it's the same
perfect
argument.
example.
So now I'm going to come back to where I wanted to go when you guys were talking about visualizing. I am incapable of visualizing straight lines, letters, words, and numbers. It takes great effort to do that. So I'm learning how to communicate this to others without drawing, and it's a little difficult.
That's
So if
okay.
you can relate to music, like a reed, when it wiggles and you blow, it wiggles when you blow wind across it, and it produces a sound as
Yeah.
it beats across the air, compressing in the instrument
Right.
that it's housed within, right?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
think of your brain the same way. So as a feeling comes into the brain, everything is doing that, and the more it's doing it in unison, your thought is not abstracted, it's one unit. So if you have subconscious stuff outside of your conscious awareness, the subconscious receives the thought. In Bohemian language and Krishnamurti language, emergence,
Oh,
right?
I love
So,
you saying Bohemian because I'm a huge David Bohm fan. Love it.
then this is going to be great. I,
Love it.
I my
Hollow
physics.
movements. Oh, bro, we could talk for hours. Go ahead.
I translated his work without knowing his work. I learned about his work after I did mine. Mine was
What a
E.M.
brilliant
Tenson.
guy, right? I mean, imagine what
Yes,
it's like to be in that guy's head.
and it's a tragic thing because there are a lot of brilliant people like that. They get shunned in academics
Yep.
because they go against the standard model or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
before experiencing that, it really is something that's abstracted. That's a good example also,
Yeah.
because we all hear those stories, but until you get hit by it,
All of quantum mechanics is an abstraction through mathematics because we can't
absolutely.
directly interact with it. It's not an APA. We are interacting with it, but we can't directly interact with it. So it's an abstraction through math. Yeah.
So since you're versed in that, let's just go one step further then. So Bohmian mechanics talks specifically about it tries to marry the two worlds that we're actually talking about, but it does it in a way that also still perceives the physical as very real. So the standard model is still very real there. And the argument that was going on just prior to Bohm and during Bohm was literally underneath that was Schrodinger on the Bohm side, more or less,
Yes,
and it was Bohr arguing against them.
that's right.
Bohr came around later with the same idea, saying, I was wrong.
That's right.
The
Yep.
reason is what we're talking about. If you think of the universe as just one thing, like all these terms we have, right? If you
Yeah.
just think about it as one big blob of dark matter, and then
Yeah.
put motion to it, and a need to be something different, and you've got dark energy, and it's
Yeah.
all EM tension. And once you have a unified motion, you get some of these harmonics. And I think I think the best way to talk to a larger audience with this, because I know it gets really weird, and everybody thinks
Well,
you're
no, you're
talking
just
spooky
speaking
stuff.
musically. I don't think it's weird.
Okay. I'm trying to interpret expressions on the other face. Sorry.
Oh no,
um,
you're fine. I'm
okay,
following
we're all good.
exactly where you're at.
Okay.
Finish up what you were saying, and let's get other people in here on what you were saying
Yeah,
because I
absolutely.
think it's
So
brilliant. I think a lot of
in
what you
that,
put forward is brilliant.
very cool. Uh, if you go to the music thing and you think of a symphony being one universe in itself, and within that universe, all the notes are aligning like quantum physics, not quantum mechanics, quantum physics. Right. And when it's in a
right? You'd have to translate it to something else. Like I often, so like I often experience music as an emotional experience almost entirely sometimes. But
Yeah.
with what I'm just really curious about, Joseph, you mentioned before, and feel free to answer after Nivek or later. But I'm just really curious as to how you relate all these things to consciousness itself, or what does that tell us about consciousness?
Go ahead,
Well,
Joseph, and then we'll get Nivik in.
it I think what Hammeroff is talking about is a better way to approach it without an experience of it. I think the music, though, if you want to experience it in playing a sport, if you can equate those two things, it it joins your body with your mind, and then the music should clear your mind of the subconscious with all those feelings being at one thought. However, the abstraction, I don't have the wherewithal to typically abstract with music. It just erupts in me as pattern. I literally see the colors moving, and they either make sense or they don't. And it literally depends on what my mind is busy at or not. If it's busy on
Yeah,
something, there's more noise, right? I can't listen to the music honestly if
yeah,
that's the
you're diverting
case.
your focus. Yeah,
Yes. And I would say that applies to driving or doing physics or
yeah,
anything else.
yeah. In terms of multitasking, humans can do about maximum six, seven things at once. We can only pay attention to that many things, um, at least in the statistics that I've read from psychology. Perry, is that a bird in the background, Perry?
I
That's
heard that
my
too. That was
child's a
me.
cockatoo, and whenever he
Oh,
notices
oh,
that I'm
Joseph.
actually paying
Okay.
attention to
I have
someone else, he
I have a
doesn't know
bird
it.
though, so it would make sense if that
You
wasn't
want
me.
to say hi, dude?
So wait, what is it? What do you have?
All right, say hello.
What kind of
You
bird
want
is
to say
it?
hello? Nope. All right. And then he gets shy.
Hello, hello.
Well, now he's saying it.
Um,
There he goes.
Perry, go ahead real quick, and then I promise Nivik I will
What
let him back in,
what
and
what
then
what?
we'll get to you.
I have an African gray. What is that? Just
I need to
what
mute.
kind of bird is that,
She
Joe?
doesn't.
I think Joseph's taking care of something.
Oh no, I'm cool. I just trying to get away from the noise.
No, you're okay.
Uh,
I think Perry was asking you a question.
You're good. I have an
I'm sorry.
African
Did I
gray,
not?
Joe.
Did I answer the first question adequately or inadequately?
That was my question, wasn't it?
Yeah, go ahead, Tree.
Yeah. The thing I'm sort of stuck with there is this idea of, because like, my experience of the subconscious is somewhat different to what, I mean, at least what I've heard it described. I haven't read too deeply into it, but usually what I'd experience subconscious is something like the words I'm saying right now. I'm not like spending time thinking about those words, right? It's like they're just being handed to me individually, one by one, and I'm just like,
Yeah,
watching them being vocalized, hearing them, and going, "Oh, that's an interesting thought," right?
yeah,
Um, so like I mean, whenever I hear like descriptions of subconscious, it's never in that kind of frame where it's so involved in all the decisions I'm making in every part of my life that it's not some sort of lower form of everything. It's just like most of my brain is dedicated to this thing, and most of my decisions run through it. I just happen to be the observer that forms the
yeah.
identity of this being, right?
I would say well over 90% of what we think is we ignore consciously. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. And then the other side of this as well is I feel like my body is sort of I would follow the whole idea of like a body just like a pedestal for the head, right? Or
Sure.
like but it's like it does have impact upon the head, right? So like but that's the nature in which it's important, right? And it doesn't retain the same, like if you treat your subconscious badly, you're going to suffer more than if you treat your body badly. The effects are more immediate, and it has more of a participation in that, if that makes sense. So
Hmm.
would that sort of like completely conflict with what you're saying? I'm kind of hoping it does. So you respond, and like I feel like I'll understand you better if it does.
No, I think you're going beyond what I'm saying, and you're doing it really well. The observer relates to the subconscious, conscious mind, and it like if you're able to have an observer, then you're able to experience the duality in a more honest way, and you can abstract that to what we were talking earlier in regard to subatomic physics and EM tension, because there's a null that's not readily discussed easily without a lot of gobbledygook, but
Yeah, there's a lot of jargon.
right.
Yeah, there
So
is. It's okay. Just we can speak through metaphors. I'm fine with that.
okay, so if you think of the particle, to simplify it, as having a null at its center, a point where it doesn't experience any inertia, right? So in your mind, the observer requires a null that doesn't get phase shifted from desires. Intention, in other words. Like I have no intention, and then I'm a good observer. Once you have intention or desire, you're going to have a bias, and you're going to receive and send everything, body, mind, everything, to one way or another. And the more subconscious that's involved, the less the outcome's going to be conscious.
Oh yeah,
And
but everything is filtered through our biases, our attitudes, right?
well, that's the argument, isn't it? So
Not everything.
how do you eliminate bias? Is how you
Well,
eliminate
you don't
desires.
eliminate
Yeah.
bias, you mitigate it, because bias is basically just a malfunctioning heuristic. That's
Well,
all it is so
that's I will say this is where the Bohm Krishnamurti conversations pretty much hovered around the entire time they had those,
sure.
and it really deals with society. And outside of society, there is no bias except for the group's wholeness. And then there's a larger wholeness that's more conscious and less subconscious. And the human world is orthogonal to that. So when we talk
Yeah.
purposes of all these things, they're sort of orthogonal to the reality around us.
What's orthogonal?
And
Orthogonal means 90 degrees. I knew you were going to ask it.
oh, sorry, thank you,
No, I was
sorry.
explaining to Nivik that it
I
means
got it.
90
Yeah,
degrees.
I got it. I need to hear that stuff because my own family calls me an alien, and I
Yeah.
never know why.
I can be an idiot about if you were to talk about like the law, I'm an idiot. I don't know shit about the law. You know what I mean? Like I know about psychology and philosophy. That's and music.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'll get in
Yeah.
trouble every time. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Joseph, I love hearing from you, but I just want to go around the room again.
No, I don't
Nivik,
want to take up too much time. I just want to be helpful.
no,
I'm
you're not.
enjoying this
You're
stuff.
I'm learning and listening. Nivik,
Okay,
go
cool.
ahead, brother. We've been putting you down long enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, reality can bend your bias, so I don't think it's all about just being beholden to your bias. I think people can be biased to things that they're comfortable with in their past, but you can't just be about what was, because things don't stay forever, and there's always new experiences, and you have to take the information in as a way to you have to take that information in insurance to reason with in order to come to a different way, a different conclusion of looking at things. My point is, whatever a person was biased with now, they weren't always that way. A bias wasn't always there. It had to have been new as well. So you can't always be governed by your bias, because it means that it has always been, and the bias can't just always be there. People have to, that it had to have been new and created, and what led a person moving from one bias over into a different way of thinking, and that becoming a bias.
Sure.
Are you
What
familiar with
real quick, Joseph? Let's
I
let
was
Perry
just
jump in.
You said me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Joseph. Did you have something just real quick to say?
I was just going to ask if sorry, Nietzsche, uh, so saith there's
Thus sprak Zarathustra.
there you
That's
go. That applies to what this the person just said in various ways, because he went out for wisdom from the animal world exactly to go at the biases being talked about, because
Right.
there are
I would
generational
also,
biases.
just real quick for the audience, and I know I keep interrupting you, Joseph. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Bias is a very general term. Most of the time when people are
what were you drawing the relationship with in the particle that has like a null at the center? What's the relationship with that in consciousness for you?
Exactly. Okay, think of an atom with nothing there, but do you know what? Can I talk H bar? Does that
I've
momentum and
never
H bar? I don't know how
Go
far
ahead
to
I
and
go with
explain
it.
it, Joseph. Just quickly explain it if you want to.
Uh, if
Well,
you
I know
think
it's
of
hard to
only EM
explain.
tension and you think of a loop going around in an EM tension band, right? The loop is the particle. So if you expand that to the whole universe or your whole mind or your whole being, you are just a bunch of H bars, which is how we measure that kind of tension. And either they torsion in unison and make a chord of symphony that is focused as one unit, one thought, and one being. So the physical being part of that, and your mind and your focus of your mind and your intention in your mind as being another part of it. And if it's all one thing, then you are exactly in harmony and you have that out of body aha moment where you're one with the universe and everything that you're talking about. So if you're if you're a decoherence of that, you're more attached to the physical, you have more requirements for your subconscious needs to be met in your stability in your environment. Does that
Okay,
help
let's
or hurt?
tree jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. If you are in touch with that, you get more. Sorry, I missed the last part.
So you're not going to fit in it if you're walking around like Gandhi or someone that has higher conscious state. They don't necessarily fit into their environment of civilization. They're going to be sticking out like a sore thumb in the middle of a city, and yet they are the higher consciousness, just like a
So you think
lion or a
like people
tiger
like
or an
that have a
elephant.
higher level of consciousness?
They have a less level of self. So the level of consciousness that means is they have a higher awareness of global suffering, of global less than, and
Okay.
they don't want to be above that in any way, and they don't justify striving to be above it for their own well-being, which puts questions in all of our bias in our actions and our thoughts. Which
Okay.
that person, Krishnamurti, went on and on about that stuff. So if you want a really long-term discussion, it's really good to listen to someone like that because he spent a lot of time putting it into
Yeah, I've
words.
listened to him before. Yeah.
Right. And I'm not saying anything different is all I'm saying that he's already said, and I think he says it better. In terms of
Yeah.
physics, yes, your thoughts are the same as the atom when they're all one thought. So you're like one atom. And I don't mean that literally, but I mean your phase of your whole subatomic being is more likened to one atom versus a lot of different atoms in motion with
Hmm.
the stuff around you.
Okay. Perry, did you have
Okay.
a or yeah, Tree? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to reply that back to you, just so I like in different language, because I'm not sure I understood, but I think I might. Um, so I understood the idea of a particle similar to the idea of kind of like a physical water wave. And the idea that the particle is actually the wave, not the water itself. When we're describing a
Correct.
particle, like, and it's a what we're describing essentially is very, very tall water relative to the water around it, right? Um, and in the same way we describe it, like an electron is there's a lot of electricity in that moment, in that place. Or I don't know exactly the how you measure it, but so something
I
on
know
those
what you
lines.
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you
You're describing it pretty well, actually. That's not
So
bad.
so, so then the idea of how that relates to consciousness is that whatever it is that will the results, I guess, of our brain, whatever that consciousness is, it isn't like a physical thing. It is a an ever changing thing, but the phenomenon itself is static in some sense. Like it
mean.
remains it remains being that wave throughout its existence.
Yeah,
Is
wave
that the
particle
idea?
duality is a difficult thing.
Well, can you play that back? What he just said, can you play that back for us too?
What Tree just said?
Yeah, yeah. Well, what are your thoughts on that exactly?
Uh there's a lot. I don't know.
Well, he said a very deep thing. That's really.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know.
want
That's
to
why I'm
lose
trying to respond to it.
it.
I don't have an immediate response. So,
What's your response?
Perry, would you like to go ahead, Perry?
No, I'm obtaining what I mean, I'm searching up things as we go along. H bar. I typed in H bar, Joseph, and I got, a tick symbol for the stock market. So what that's not what you're referring
Type
to.
plank. Type
That's what I
plank.
found, and then I found Planck, and I just wanted to make sure that Planck and black body radiation. So I got some things that I need to search up, but
Okay,
yeah,
that's
go.
good. We are all black body radiation to some
Right.
degree, and the degree of noise that we are not black body radiation is the degree of inertia that you see us take form and interact in the world. If that makes
Okay.
sense.
Well, black body, just for the audience, black body radiation was discovered a long time ago. It was one of the implications that led to quantum mechanics.
It it's a good read. Stephen Hawking, actually,
Yeah, everybody should read A Brief History of Time, by the way. That's a great book.
that's a good book.
Yes, it is.
But what was
And if you're really getting feisty, you can go read some of David Bohm's holographic universe interpretation.
I should put in the history. So what is your synopsis to what Tree was saying? Because I'm trying to also interpret. I believe he was analogizing water with electricity and the volume of water with electricity and electrons. Or could you?
He's trying to use a tool to visualize what EM tension is. So if you think
EM
of
tension.
water, that works because fluid dynamics is very similar.
Okay.
So if you think of a layer of water that has enough spin and inertia, so it's hollow in the middle, and there's a wave as it moves. There's also a wave that goes around the surface of the water. Well, where the most momentum of that wave is what we call the electron or the particle. He did a great
And
job
this is in
of describing
That's a good way of
this
abstracting
is
it.
in
Actually,
reference
that's a cool way
of
of thinking
the
about it.
particle wave duality, correct? Okay.
Yes. So when we do quantum mechanics, we either know the direction or the time, the place or the time, and we
Yeah,
don't
we
know
can't
both.
know the position and momentum absolutely
Which
because of the
is
Heisenberg uncertainty principle, but we can know what you were talking about.
because they don't think about all that motion of the EM tension at all. They
Yeah,
just track a particle, which doesn't exist. So they're trying to get smaller and smaller and make smaller and smaller computations, which is prone to the same error more times,
So
which is a
observing
problem.
this EM tension is what gives us the probability of the particle in any given situation.
Wow. Let me digest
So
this.
the
it's a good
EM
question.
tension, is that the phenomena of reality that we're measuring, that we have access to measuring in order to get whatever value that we're getting with these quantum equations, right? To figure out where an electron will land on its spectrum.
Exact.
Yeah,
As
remember
long as it
everybody,
fits the model. Yeah.
an electron is in a field of probability around an atom. It's not like there's floating electrons. It's a field of potential electrons.
Yes, it doesn't really exist until it's acted upon,
That's
and then
right.
it's
Yeah.
like a charge taking place or
Yep.
being lost. Yes,
That's the main focal point of superposition.
yes. So how do you apply that to the mind and
Mhm.
consciousness? And if you can see your own thoughts in the way of that fluid field, then you know your mind is either clear or not clear.
Hmm.
And yeah, you can see that. Musicians have a gift of seeing that. Mathematicians and physicists, some of them are pretty good at it, but it takes
Well,
practice, right?
it seems like my interpretation is now we're beginning to become mystical, and not intentionally or unintentionally. It just seems like we're now brought back to this whole Cartesian problem of duality, and because you feel as though it's necessary to include the philosophy of the mind, whatever you want to call it, because we have to use that in order to even interpret this whole quantum stuff. But what is
Exactly.
you're just kind of throwing it in there, I don't think you're giving sufficient explanation. Not saying that anyone has it, unless you're omniscient, perhaps. I mean, how can you see a problem with this, right? I mean, how would you reconcile? It just seems like you threw in the mind aspect of it with psychology,
into quantum
yeah,
mechanics.
like
Yeah,
psychology and quantum mechanics. Like, how do those things mate?
that's a lot of what David Bohm was trying to
Okay,
do,
David
Perry.
Ball.
So I think that's where he's coming from a
Okay.
lot too. Is
Well, and look up Penrose. Have him look up Penrose. And
yeah, Penrose does it too.
Penrose.
Yeah.
I've seen a
It's
few.
just
hammer
thinking
off it.
about everything at the quantum as being like the basis of mind, being the
So
philosophy of
it's still
mind.
monism.
Like it takes us to collapse the wave. It used to be thought of. It's well, I don't know if it's a real theory now, but like it used to be considered like back in the I guess in the early days of quantum mechanics that there had to be a perception there for the wave collapse to happen, for the wave function
So
to collapse, and for
it's
reality
still a
to happen.
monism,
But
right?
yeah, yeah,
To a
and then
point.
of course you can ask the question: well, if there's no human minds around to collapse the wave function, does shit
Right.
actually happen?
That's
You
the
know what I
whole,
mean?
yeah.
Like that's a question in quantum mechanics
Yep.
too. So when Joseph is talking about the mind and quantum mechanics, I've heard it referenced this way a lot. That's why I can kind of intuitively understand what he means. But at the same time, some people could see what Joseph is saying as like being a bit mystical. Is that kind of where you're
Yeah,
going, Barry?
and well, oftentimes it's just my lack of knowledge, right, which makes me perhaps interpret it the way it is. So maybe it's my lack of understanding and computation or whatever Penrose or Bowman, not David Bow, not David
No, I
Bowen.
don't think so. I think literally, I don't think it's a lack of
For
anything
me,
except
I'm
personal
saying,
experience
yeah, sure,
of your
totally.
own. And I don't have any claim on any. I didn't know of Bohm when I did the physics for this, but I did the physics of this because I experienced it myself.
Mm.
maybe even more painful.
Gotcha.
And
But I think that we live in the past, the present, and the future. You take information of the past in order to understand the present and making the probability outcome of what's about to happen in the future.
Okay. Joseph, 1 second. I think we got a little bit of noise coming from your side, brother.
sorry,
No, it's okay. It's okay.
my
We just
fault.
got to make sure everybody listening can hear. Let's let Tree respond to that, and then I'm going to go to Perry.
So, can I ask about the quantum? So I was interested in quantum mechanics. I watched a lecture by Leonard Susskind. By the way, I think a lot of the stuff that I'm maybe getting
I love that guy.
what's being called intuitive
He's
for me
awesome.
is stuff like I watch videos about physics all the time, so I steal their ideas. But yeah, Leonard Susskind was talking about like stuff like the Higgs boson and how that gives things mass and stuff like that. Would that be quantum field theory,
That
or is that
Yeah,
mechanics?
yeah, it's mechanics. Yes,
Okay, so
it's the
what
standard model, is what it is.
okay,
They're
and
trying to add to the standard model what's missing. They're still trying to pick up pieces to get to the field theory, and they do it by calculating mathematically and then observing whether or not their calculations match with some experiment. And so
yeah.
they
It's
named the
okay.
Higgs
So it
boson.
says the Brout-Englert Higgs mechanism introduced a new quantum field that today we call the Higgs field.
Right. So think of your tension model that we were talking about, and add different layers to it that make it all spin in one inertial state. That's what they're doing with these. They're trying to find the inertial state that makes all the momentum balance out that they miss in the models that we have based on scale. You know, when they look at cosmology, we are missing scale. And it's always going to be missing scale until you account for all the gravity. So they keep adding layers of mathematics and then go looking for an inertial state of those mathematics through experimentation, and they came up with the Higgs boson.
Let's
Like
let
this
let's. I want to hear from Perry now.
sorry, could I just I'm still I
Yeah.
still
Well,
want to
go ahead, Tree.
yeah
Go ahead, Tree, and then we'll
still
get
stuck on
Perry
this
in
quick.
here.
So like, what exactly does quantum field theory examine that is different to quantum mechanics?
Yeah. So
No,
quantum field
quantum.
theory
Go
deals
ahead.
with
Yeah.
quantum field theory deals with the fields instead of the actual interactions of particles. Let me look it up so I can read it to you real quick. Quantum field theory. This is for the
Kind of.
audience and people. We got to do this, Joseph, for the audience and people
I
listening in
understand.
the future
I
and stuff.
understand.
So, quantum field theory is the theoretical framework that combines class, like I just read a minute ago. It says quantum field theory is used in particle physics to construct physical models of subatomic particles, and in condensed matter physics to construct models of quasi particles. So it's I don't 100% understand the exact difference between quantum field theory and quantum mechanics. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. So,
Quantum mechanics is the probabilistic way of measuring and discussing and observing quantum fields. We don't know
I would
anything
say
about
that's
quantum
probably
fields
correct.
except what we observe.
That sounds intuitively correct. I just want to make sure.
So
But
sorry, is
yeah.
quantum field
After Tree, I
theory
want to hear Perry, guys. After Tree, I want to hear Perry.
is quantum field theory the same thing as quantum mechanics then, or
No. Quantum field theory is everything, if it's right, and it is. But quantum mechanics is what we can mathematically specifically discuss and point at. In other words, we can't. If we say quantum field theory is this, then we have to have a way of proving it and talking about it, which means math and observation. Quantum mechanics is the math and observation part of quantum field theory. Like I can
That
write a
would
whole
make
bunch of stuff
intuitive.
down on
Yeah, I
paper.
mean that makes sense. It really does. I just don't know it for. I mean, I'm trusting you here, Joseph,
Well, it's
because on
not a
a lot of things
complete
I agree with you.
description. We're talking about stuff you could spend. You could write books about this stuff. There's
Yeah.
physicists that argue about
Exactly.
these
No,
differences.
I know you know what you're talking about, brother. A lot of stuff that you said has been dead on.
Uh,
The same shit that I've read about. I'm just making sure for the audience that we have a rigorous way to show what quantum
I
mechanics
encourage
is.
that. I encourage
Yeah.
that, and I make mistakes, and I leave stuff out.
No, but you said it right. I think this is right, that quantum mechanics is the mathematical models and shit that we make of the quantum fields. Is that
Yes,
kind of what you're? Yeah.
that's it. Yeah.
That makes intuitive sense to me. I can take it as that.
So could I say it like this then? That quantum mechanics is describing field theory, and then quantum physics is describing quantum mechanics?
Um,
Other
Quantum
way.
physics would incorporate all that. Quantum physics
Yeah.
incorporates field theory, quantum mechanics, wave particle duality, all that.
Anything
Is
smaller than an atom is
That's the
quantum.
most general term is quantum physics.
Okay. I guess I'd probably take another tree stance and say, well, if it encompasses, I mean, why? How are we parsing it then? If quantum physics encompasses both
Well, it's
quantum
like
mechanics
saying
and field theory.
regular physics or classical mechanics. They're the same thing.
Okay. So, quantum. Okay.
So classical
Okay.
mechanics, like force equals mass times acceleration, that's classical mechanics or physics. Same thing.
Okay.
Yes.
Synonymous.
If you think about
Okay.
it's like the band is. If you have a band or the surface tension that we were talking about earlier, right? You have a quanta of momentum. That is one quanta of momentum. When they have the wave calculated and they're probabilistically looking for the bulk of the wave, you have a measurement or a quanta of the quanta. So how much of that momentum is not accounted for? That's the fancy math that they've worked out. In their whole stack of mathematics, they have rules where they make up the difference. They don't know what's happening one point to the other of where those calculations are. In other words, they don't know where the wave is bulkier, how it's distributed, except at those points that they measure. Quantum field theory wants to say it's doing this all the time because and they're not it wants to not identify a probability. It wants to identify the whole wave all the time. If that makes sense. To do
That's
that,
what
you
the
have to
Dirac equation is trying to get at is
right,
examining the entire wave as a
right.
wave and a particle.
These
So
are the discussions those guys were having when they came up with that stuff.
for sure, they just knew math way better than I do. Perry, did you want to jump dovetailing off that?
Just, yeah, many words it seems that we don't have yet to get a better concept of this type of duality. And so I don't know if you have
It's
hope, or
brain
if
breaking. Wave particle duality breaks my brain too, dude.
do you think that words can mend that brain breaking and make it easier for our brain to understand and conceptualize?
Well, that's what we're ultimately going to have to do if we keep with this reductionist ontology of spacetime. We're going to have to make it more fitting to Occam's razor to where it's simpler and we don't have so many entities.
Well, I drew a picture of it and related it with relational classical physics,
Pictures
which
might help.
produces all the other effects.
You should make a
That's
fucking YouTube video on that.
well, I don't have any skills for that.
Well, we
Just
have
do it.
people. Joseph, if you are you a member of our Discord?
I am not.
Okay,
I
well,
would
it's in
like
the
to be.
chat. Travis Pangburn. If you go to his YouTube philosophy channel, it's called Pangburn Philosophy, and you go to that page, you can see Travis's face up in the top center, and to the right is our Discord link. And I'd love you to come talk with us on our Discord sometimes, man, because you have a lot to offer. I think.
I appreciate that. I think you guys are
same.
great.
Thank you,
I
man.
heard some stuff that's high level thinking. If you can picture the fields like that, then you're already intuitively right at the cutting edge. And yes, words can help, but I think you need more. I think you need all of it: music, art. I mean, Einstein didn't come up with general relativity on his own. He had long conversations with Picasso.
Yeah, yeah. He had lots of conversations and help from many other people in the field. Yeah, for sure.
Right, right.
I wanted to add to when he's talking about music and abstraction.
Okay.
I'd like to hear more from him on that. And what I was saying is, with when it comes to music, I think based on who you are, your uniqueness as a person, you can abstract different meanings from music and emotions from it and different inspirations. And he was talking about a higher state of consciousness. You,
including all the other species that are feeling the effects of our doing, you're kind of doing the Zarathustra no, right?
The
Joseph, you
bias.
put a lot of thought into this, man. This is a whole
Well, I
philosophy.
mean, it's funny
My
because
whole life.
you're talking to a couple of skeptics right now, and you say things like, "Or the path to the garden," and
Why?
you
You
use.
can't see my hands. I'm holding them up, quotes.
No,
It's how you
Oh,
interpret that
gotcha.
stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, that's essentially where I was going. Just all this, it just makes you wonder the whole basis of our metaphorical talk, and
That's why the physics is so important, right? To bring it back to something that we can actually put on paper and communicate blindly one to another, and then come to a place back again even and pick up where we left off without a whole lot of lost questions.
I often always
Um,
think about also how the fact like everyone wins a Nobel Prize for proving the previous year wrong, and I mean we're obviously none of us are making absolute claims, I'm sure, but are we? Are you confident we're on a good path in terms of our description that we have as of now? Like, I mean,
in general, or this
I
conversation?
guess I guess what I'm in general, I guess what I'm asking is like in 100
No.
years, what like the difference of our language that we use in describing reality? What I mean, how different do you think it'll be to now?
I don't know how to answer that without going back to the climate, because 100 years, you got 1,000 feet of ocean water coming that's not being talked about. So if we didn't have that, I would say it's already going this way. Roger Penrose couldn't get any traction for most of his career in talks like this. Now he's getting a Nobel Prize. Just now. And he's like 90 something.
yeah, he's old.
Right? And he's not writing anything brand new. He's had these conversations.
Yeah,
Um, Einstein had these conversations, did not get traction either. Bohm had to leave the country. Schrodinger wasn't allowed to talk about this stuff. That's why he came up with the whole cat thing. That's completely misconstrued. He was making fun of the standard model with the whole cat thing. And nobody gets that
What do you
humor
mean he wasn't
except
allowed to talk about how he
because
wanted to talk about?
he wanted to have this conversation with the surface tension, with the he thought probability was just stupid,
Yeah,
and it
why couldn't
collapsed
he?
away for him.
What what was
Uh,
preventing him from that?
the industrial press for the nuclear bomb was preventing
Oh, I see. Okay,
it. the
I see. I
the
see.
the the woo woo thinkers weren't allowed in the conversation, and they're the real brilliant minds. Schrodinger's kind of on both sides of the fence, and you can't get anywhere without Schrodinger at the time. Look up
yeah. His
the
ideas were
what's
pivotal in formulating the Copenhagen interpretation.
absolutely
Look up
yes.
what?
You
The Copenhagen
the
interpretation
Copenhagen.
of quantum mechanics. It's just a
If
way
you
of viewing
haven't,
mechanics.
sorry, man.
Oh, you're okay.
I'm excited. That's all.
No, it's all good. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah,
Perry is our local philosophical skeptic, so that's why he's asking good questions.
No, I'm glad of that. I need skeptical questions rather than tomatoes in the face.
yeah,
Yeah, and I just don't know much either, which is, I mean, it's pretty 101, I guess, level of philosophical skepticism when we talk about this kind of stuff, but surely it'll get more in depth and complex the more that I understand with it, which I need to
Yeah,
do. I keep saying that I'm going to get better at math and this kind of stuff, but I always put it off and relay back to my philosophical, because that's what I like to do. I like to know about the history of people, and I get distracted.
I
So
think that's the best.
that's my
Tree,
to-do
did you
list.
have something you want? Did you have something you want to say?
yeah. I've got so many things. So so why the picture you're painting there sounds like we're trying to pilot the Earth into the sun in a kind of way, right? It's very end is nigh. Uh,
It, it
what?
is and it isn't. I mean, there you go with back to the spiritual. It's always going to be remade, but it doesn't make it any less tragic, right? At all. So it's really a question of the the spiritual, the cosmic soul, as it were, rather than what to achieve and what not to achieve.
So
I
you
don't know
think
how
there
to.
is a spiritual nature to existence?
Well, I know what I know because of the spiritual existence, but how do I prove that it's the spiritual existence to anyone else? I mean, that's an
Well,
absurd
yeah.
statement for me to make, right?
That is the problem. I mean, I've had many hallucinogenic experiences on drugs, and it's a first person kind of thing. I can't prove it to anybody else. So,
What
Exactly.
what
So
spirit?
I
What,
wrote the physics, but what that doesn't do it either.
no,
hang on, Joseph, one
I'm just
second.
asking.
Hang on, Joseph,
Well,
one second. What's that, David?
What's spiritual?
Yeah, what
uh,
could you define spiritual for us, Joseph?
I'm sure trying. Uh, if you think of the whole was it tree that did introduce the surface fluid?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. So if you think is that being the whole universe, one surface sphere of fluid that's kept a surface in the way it is by a bunch of other little surface spheres inside of it that are always percolating to the right places to keep it moving, just so everything can look the way it looks and feel the way it feels as you look and see it. And life evolves on some of those little spheres inside, and you actually get to touch things. So if you're a
So,
consciousness and you dream up all this stuff, the next thing you want to do is be something that can touch the bird and touch the tree, right? And drink the water. And so you end up with something that has a dualism. And
well,
with
this
dualism
is where I
comes,
get confused is with the whole talk of what is spiritual and all that, because I don't know what it is, and I know you're just giving your best explanation of what it is to you. Um, instead of spiritual, I usually use the word transcendental. There is something transcendental about this existence and consciousness, but I don't know what it is. And I can't even posit that is something that we can prove. But I think a lot of the people in here, because we're all philosophical skeptics, when we hear the word spiritual, we start to think mysticism, we start to think woo woo. But, I know
cool.
you're not necessarily going down that road.
No, that's good. Good. Yeah, thanks. So just think of it as this EM tension or the surface fluid only. Let's do that.
Okay.
That's what I've been trying
Like,
to do. Yep.
Yeah, that's
so
what
you're
I've been
just,
trying to do. I just don't understand it completely. That's
okay,
my problem. That's
you
my
got
issue.
one. If you take all the motion and form out of the whole sphere of fluid, right? And you compact it into one flat disc looking thing. And why a disc? Because it's got everywhere to go, but there's nowhere except where it is to go. So it's going to equally distribute, right? It is the
Yeah,
universe.
if it's completely flat.
Well, if there's nowhere to go, right. So flat is just for you and I.
Yeah,
It's just for
yes,
us.
it's
Okay.
perspective. Yes.
Yes. So if we're going to flatten it out so it has no motion and it has no dimension other than where it makes, it's still going to be equally distributed in a true flat state. It has to. So you're still adhering to the rule of pi, and it's going to be a circle. And if it's nowhere to go and you keep flattening with the same inertial energy or the same added momentum that you started with, it's going to compress in on itself. And if it does it perfectly, there's going to be a null point where it sort of folds in on itself over and over again. Like a guitar string making music, you don't see the guitar string drawing out different notes in different shapes. It's literally vibrating in circles with different eccentricities to make the different frequencies,
And
right?
this is how you see the spirituality of it.
I'm calling that the spiritual. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
I'm calling that the soul. You don't have to call it the soul. You can call it dark matter. I started calling it dark matter. It wasn't until after I, you know, talked about it that I called it the soul.
Right.
And that's
Let's
from
let somebody
listening to
else jump
guys
in here.
like you, Krishnamurti, David Bohm, Alan Watts. I started listening to them after I did the physics. That, oh, that's what they're talking about. I get that.
Let's hear what Perry has to say in response, and then let's go to Tree.
Are you making reference to the Big Bang when you say things like condensed and then null point? And
It's yes and no. It's before the Big Bang. Actually, the
so,
Big Bang's when you first see the evidence of energy of actual particles.
well, then I have an interesting question. Do you think that reality is infinite all the way back, or do you think that there is a starting point?
There are many starting points, and there's no way of In other words, yes and no. It's an
I
Alan
don't like
Watts
that.
thing again.
I don't
That's
like that.
a
If
hard
you
one,
start,
isn't it, Joseph?
it is. If you take that same sphere tension and you break it up into the smallest dots that you can, pull it all apart so it's all separate as it can be, since it's not electromagnetically. If you pull the current apart, right, when only the current exists in your laboratory conditions, you try to pull apart that current, and there's the only place for that current to be is in the medium that it existed in originally. But if you're trying to pull it apart, it's always going to want to
The
go back
medium that
together.
it existed
Well, I
initially.
mean,
So that's
we're in a quantum sea. We're in an ocean of quanta. You know
Exactly.
what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, I
Yes.
get that part, but go ahead,
okay.
Perry.
Okay. No, I like that because what I was going to ask is what is outside of that surface tension, because Joseph just said that there's back into the medium which it arose from, and then you just said quantum C, which perhaps could describe that, but then Thomas and or Joseph
Well, the whole civilization is a lie. No civilization has ever left anything behind but a desert. None. We all started in one tribe, and we spread out from that one South African tribe. That starts with a B. The
Yeah, I know what you're
Bantu,
talking about. Yes.
right?
If your meaning is a strong emotional connection based on what what you based on how you feel about something, that could that could be that could be bad because it's not grounded in reality, and that could matter more at the expense of what is true. Because I mean, like, meaning in what way? Meaning could be about understanding of what exists, or meaning can be about strong emotional connection, right? So I can have a strong emotional connection of fairies, and I want everybody else to believe in fairies, and if you don't, then I'm gonna kill you.
Well, that's
Is
what
real
that's what
quick, Joseph,
humanity has been doing, hasn't it? Isn't that
just real
exactly
quick,
what humanity?
is spirituality and what did you say, Nivik? Something else.
No, he was saying
So,
about strong meaning, and I was saying like a person could
oh,
have,
that's my question. Yeah, is meaning the same thing as spirituality? I'm sorry, I just remembered it.
because he was talking about strong meaning, and I said, well, meaning could be about what identifying something for what it is in its definition, what it's composed of. You know what I mean? Or
Yes.
a logical outcome. You know, asteroid coming at the Earth. What could that mean? Well, it
Right.
could mean the destruction. You know what I'm saying? Or meaning could be about a strong emotional connection to something that doesn't exist, like fairies, for example. And that matters more to me, and I want my confirmation bias of other people telling me what I believe in is true, and if you don't, then I'll kill you.
That's religion, right?
Nivik is being sarcastic, by the way, just so that everybody knows. He's not going to
Yeah, I'm
kill
just
anybody.
kidding.
Well,
uh,
I'm gonna tell my fairies to go to a safe place just in case.
real quick, I want to get back to Tree and Perry, and Nivik too. Do you think meaning, which is axiology, the study, well, that's the study of value, but it is the study of meaning. Do you think meaning and spirituality are synonymous terms, or what do you think?
I feel like spirituality is an incredibly vague, almost intentionally vague word. But I
Yeah.
think if we're like I would have read, I'm in the process of reading through a lot of stuff that Thich Nhat Hanh has written, the Vietnamese monk, and a lot of what he writes is quite secular. It's about Buddhism and different ways he has of expressing this idea of um, why you meditate and what to draw from it, right? Um, and he has this idea of kind of walking meditation, which is sort of like, you're just very aware of your steps, and then also talking about how you can be mindful and throughout your life you don't need to just do a meditation, right? And when I was
I think
thinking
you can be
about what,
mindful and meditate in pretty much any like physical activity or music. I mean,
yeah,
I'm mindful and meditate with music. That's I like to practice mindfulness and meditation with all the forms of music that I love.
yeah, and I feel like even though there's nothing, so like I grew up in an incredibly fundamentalist religious family, right, and
Right.
completely changed my complete view 100%, right? And for a
Yeah,
long
my
time I was
parents are
very
super Christian too.
um yeah, and it's fascinating as well to meet people who have completely deconverted or changed their worldview completely. Um but what's interesting is the place that I went to originally was sort of very anti-theist, very anti-spiritual idea. And where I found the kind of replacement for whatever it was that spirituality gave me is through studying physics, right? Which is
Yeah.
this sort of I discovered sort of similar things to what Joseph was describing. This thing of like, um, you start understanding what it is that you're made of, and you
Yeah.
start going like, "Holy shit!" Like that is what I am, and having this
Yeah.
amazing Hi.
The realization that we are nature and we are a part of everything and it's a part of us is like this universal oneness feeling. I mean, I get that. I understand that metaphorically.
Yes, and then there's the connectivity. So you have an amazing feeling of connectivity through truth that you discover, and then you have when you talk about meditation, you're talking about um, changing your experience of life. So it's not about you know it's not about discovering the truth of anything. It's just simply about living a different life, um, and changing some sort of quality that's sort of like that's constant throughout your life. So it's not like you're changing like your door with replacing a different door. It's you're replacing every moment of every day you walk through this life. You're being changed by that, and I think those
Huh.
things can fit in spirituality, and those things alone can be called a spirituality, but it will be very, very different as a spirituality to what other people may regard as a spirituality, which may
For
require
sure.
some sort of supernatural belief.
For
You know,
sure. I don't necessarily tie spiritual with supernatural. Do you do that?